Chapter 1340. When Fei Jitu's jade shovel landed on the soil of the flower bed, where the sword soul grass was located, a white halo spread out from the sword soul grass, and at the same time, an abnormal energy fluctuation appeared around it. Fei Jitu's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. The old woman, old man, and the other second-order origin returning realm master also pushed their Saint Qi to protect the 4 Saint King realm juniors. The sword soul grass, which was originally purple and straight like a sword, suddenly twisted and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What replaced it was endless dazzling light that shot out in all directions. As the light wriggled and changed, it formed clouds of different colors that enveloped everyone. After 2 breaths, the surrounding environment had undergone a huge change. Looking around, there were no longer any lofts or rooms, no flower beds, no sword soul grass, and no exotic flowers or grasses. Instead, there was only an empty and chaotic sky, and a strange and unpredictable earth. Where everyone was now, it was as if they were standing in the clouds. All around them, up, down, left, and right, there were clouds of different colors and sizes, but there was nothing else. A spirit array. Fei Jitu's face went pale. At this moment, how could he not know that the sword soul grass everyone had seen before was just a trap? Once they touched the sword soul grass, this spirit array would immediately appear and trap them inside. However, the level of this spirit array was far beyond everyone's imagination. Of the 8 people present, almost no one had noticed any flaws. Only Yang Kai had shouted out a warning at the last moment, but that shout had come too late. Thinking so, Fei Jitu glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, seemingly not understanding how he had seen through the flaws. After all, even the 4 origin returning realm masters had failed to notice them just now. Yang Kai naturally knew what he was thinking, and took the initiative to explain before Yang Kai could ask. Junior has some knowledge of medicinal principles, and since the sword soul grass just now was purple in color, its medicinal age must be very high. At that level, the fragrance emitted by the sword soul grass will have a faint spicy sensation, like an invisible blade that stimulates one's sense of smell. Fei Jitu looked surprised, but did not ask any more questions. Now that they had triggered this trap, and were surrounded by this spirit array, there was no point in asking any more questions. Instead, he turned to Kai He and Du Cc and asked, "Both of you are proficient in spirit arrays, have you seen anything?" Du Cc and Kai He had been carefully observing the surroundings ever since they saw the light and clouds. Hearing this question, Du Cc pretty face turned ugly and said, "If Junior is not mistaken, this should be an ancient spirit array called the Spectral Cloud Array, a long-lost spirit array." Junior also has the same idea. Kai He nodded and agreed with Du Cc's guess. Spectral Cloud Array? Fei Jitu and the other 3 origin returning realm masters glanced at each other blankly, seemingly having never heard of this spirit array before, quickly asking, "Is this spirit array difficult to crack? What kind of power does it possess?" Du Cc smiled bitterly and said, "Let's not talk about how to crack it first. Junior will talk about the principle of its formation. Do you see these clouds around us? Naturally, these clouds don't seem to be illusions, nor are they formed from some kind of energy. It's quite strange." Old man Ning Xiangchen nodded. "Because they are all real clouds." Du Cc's words were shocking. "What?" The faces of Fei Jitu and the others changed drastically. "You're saying they are real clouds?" "And the reason why the spectral cloud array was lost is because to arrange this kind of spirit array, one needs to refine the clouds in the sky. Even the strongest cultivator on Shadowed Star today does not have such ability. So naturally, no one can arrange this spirit array, refining the clouds in the sky." Even though Fei Jitu and the others were experienced and knowledgeable, they were still dumbfounded by Du Cc's statement, unable to accept it for a while. Just what kind of expert was this to be able to use such a shocking method to even refine the clouds in the sky? This was simply too inconceivable. Du Cc turned a blind eye to the ugly expressions on their faces, and continued leisurely. "Refining the clouds is only the first step. The person who arranged this spirit array would fuse various attributes into the clouds before extracting the soul of a monster beast, and fusing it with it. This would allow these clouds which are originally inanimate, to gain the ability to transform and attack. The clouds in the spectral cloud array can transform into cloud beasts, depending on the grade of the monster beast soul extracted by the spirit array. However, these cloud beasts, no matter what grade they are extremely difficult to kill. You mean these things can transform into? Fei Ji too pointed to the countless clouds floating around with an ugly expression on his face. There was no need for Du Cc to answer. When Fei Ji too asked this question, the dozen or so clouds scattered around the group suddenly twisted and squirmed, before transforming into monster beasts of different shapes and sizes. However, these cloud beasts did not have flesh and blood bodies, and were all composed of clouds, but they had been fused with a large amount of pure energy, making them even stronger than a real monster beast. Everyone swept the bodies of these cloud beasts with their divine senses, and after noticing the energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies, Du Cc patted her towering chest, her pretty face pale as she rejoiced. It seems that our luck is not bad. These cloud beasts are only 8th order or 9th order. She couldn't help but rejoice. Since the spirit array was arranged in ancient times, who knew how powerful the person who arranged it was? If there had been 1 or 2 10th order cloud beasts here, everyone would have been buried here. Even if Fei Ji too and the others had heaven-defying means, they would not be able to fight against a 10th order monster beast, which was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. Having just stepped into the ancient ruins, and falling into such a spirit array, everyone's mood suddenly became heavy and naturally did not dare to show the slightest neglect. Fei Ji too shouted, "Du girl and Kai boy, think of a way to break this spirit array. Leave these cloud beasts to us." Yes, Kai He and Du Cc nodded quickly, knowing that it was time for them to play their roles, and immediately became spirited. Fei Ji too glanced at Yang Kai and the silent Lian Guang again and said, "You should also take care of yourselves, don't accidentally fall here." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lian Guang still did not say a word, but instead took out a series of palm-sized puppets from his space ring. These puppets looked very lifelike, and were quite finely refined. With a wave of his hand, Lian Guang threw these puppets out and immediately poured his Saint Qi into them. In the next moment, these puppets suddenly grew larger, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up in amazement. This was the first time he had seen someone use puppet techniques, and as a 3rd order Saint King cultivator, Lian Guang was actually controlling these puppets, all of which exuded 1st or 2nd order Saint King realm energy fluctuations. There were about 5 or 6 of these puppets in total, all of them different shapes and sizes. Some were as small as spirit snakes, while others were as large as houses. Each of these puppets seemed to have a great effect, and when used together, their power was definitely extraordinary. Yang Kai immediately understood that the Lian family's reputation was not undeserved. Lian Guang's skill alone was enough to make him invincible against other cultivators in the same realm. Even if he encountered an origin returning realm master, he might still have a chance to escape. On the other side, Fei Ji too summoned his blue jade bowl, causing it to suddenly expand to a few dozen meters in diameter and cover the nearby cloud beasts. The blue jade bowl poured out like mercury, and a large blue light poured out, wrapping up a 9th order cloud beast that had not yet had the time to attack. Immediately after, the blue light retracted, ignoring the 9th order cloud beast's struggling howls, collecting it into the blue jade bowl. This time, Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he suddenly understood that he had underestimated the power of this blue jade bowl before. At the same time, the old man, Ning Xiangchun, let out a roar and summoned a crutch-like artifact out of thin air. With a wave of his arm, this crutch-like artifact suddenly transformed into a sky full of afterimages that shot towards the cloud beasts. At the same time, the old woman summoned a net-like artifact which spread out and released a dazzling tricolored light. Not only did it slow down the movements of the cloud beasts enveloped in this light, but it also had an indescribable killing effect. As soon as these people took action, the cloud beasts were completely enraged. With a series of roars, except for the 9th order cloud beast that had been collected by the blue jade bowl, the rest of the cloud beasts all rushed towards them fiercely. Before the cloud beasts had even arrived, Beams of energy shot out from their mouths, blotting out the sky. This scene caused the expressions of Fei Ji and the others to change slightly. The blue jade bowl spun again, and released a blue light that enveloped Kai He and Du Cc as a form of protection. Brother Wen, I'll leave Du Girl and Kai Boy to you. Fei Ji left behind his blue jade bowl, and after exhorting the second-order origin returning realm male cultivator, he pushed his Saint Chi and charged towards the cloud beasts. Ning Xiang Chun, holding his crutch-like artifact, and the old woman followed closely behind. The three of them formed a three-pronged formation and instantly destroyed the 7 or 8 cloud beasts. The origin returning realm master surnamed Wen stood in place motionlessly and shouted to Du Cc and Kai He, who were still standing stupidly in place. Why haven't you broken this spirit array yet? Kai He and Du Cc recovered from their daze, and at the same time, both of them took out tools specifically designed to break spirit arrays from their respective spaces, poured their Saint Chi into them, and scattered them around. Yang Kai glanced at them, and saw that they were already studying this spectral cloud array, allowing him to relax. Having been with Yang Yen for a long time, Yang Kai naturally knew that the things the two of them had just scattered were called array plates and array bases. Not only were they used when arranging spirit arrays, but they were also useful when breaking spirit arrays. Moreover, if these things were refined, even those who were not proficient in spirit arrays could use them to arrange spirit arrays. Yang Kai had wanted to ask Yang Yen to refine a few sets of powerful spirit arrays for him before, but he had never found the opportunity or time to do so. It seemed that after returning this time, he would have to ask her for help. Although a spirit array arranged by an array plate wasn't as powerful as an orthodox spirit array and couldn't display 100% of its power, it could still be recycled. As long as the array plate wasn't damaged, it could be used indefinitely. For Yang Kai, who often went out adventuring, this was undoubtedly a very good thing. Chapter 1341. While thinking quickly, Yang Kai saw that Lian Guang had already commanded his puppet to engage one of the 8th order cloud beasts, deliberately left behind by Fei Ji and the others. The cloud beast's body was illusory, and was completely refined from clouds, making it unpredictable. As soon as it rushed up, it immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Lian Guang's puppet. Yang Kai did not hesitate, and with a flicker, he blocked the other 8th order cloud beast that wanted to help. Fei Ji and the others deliberately left behind these 2 8th order cloud beasts, because they were busy dealing with too many cloud beasts, and could not deal with more. Secondly, they wanted to test the fighting strength of Yang Kai and Lian Guang, so that they would not drag them down later on. The 8th order monster beast that Yang Kai blocked looked like a giant tiger with a clear king on its forehead. Its long tail seemed to be made of fine steel, and shone with a cold light. Its body was also 3 zhang tall, but its body was dark green, making it look very strange. As it moved, a fishy smell assaulted their nostrils, making them want to vomit. Yang Kai immediately understood that this cloud beast had probably been fused with a highly toxic substance. Without waiting for the cloud beast to react, Yang Kai shook off the golden thread, turning it into a golden light that constantly cut the cloud beast's body. With a roar, the giant tiger's body was instantly cut into countless pieces, as if it could not withstand a single blow. However, when Yang Kai saw this scene, he was not happy but shocked because the aura of the cloud beast did not weaken in the slightest because of his cutting. Instead, it became even more violent. After the golden thread was retracted, the giant tiger's body that had been cut into pieces squirmed and merged back together, returning to its original state. There was not a trace of injury at all, and even its aura did not weaken. This cloud beast was really difficult to kill. If it had been an ordinary 8th order monster beast, it would likely have died without a burial site after being struck by Yang Kai like this. But this cloud beast was not made of flesh and blood, so even if it was scattered, it could still reassemble itself. It seemed that what Du Cc had said before was not false. After understanding this, Yang Kai directly withdrew the golden thread. With a thought, a crisp bird cry rang out. In the next moment, the crimson firebird artifact's spirit leisurely appeared. It spread its wings and directly transformed into a giant bird several dozen meters in length. Immediately after, under Yang Kai's command, it pounced towards the giant tiger. There seemed to be a trace of fear in the giant tiger's eyes, as it instinctively felt that the artifact spirit was not to be trifled with. It no longer had the arrogance and disdain it had when facing Yang Kai, and spat out a large cloud of dark green poisonous fog, shrouding it and concealing its figure. The Firebird artifact spirit had a disdainful look on its face, as it let out a high-pitched cry, and rushed into the poisonous fog without hesitation. For a time, the dark green and crimson light entangled together as the tiger's roar, and the bird's cry rose and fell one after another. Yang Kai stood to the side and watched coldly. Wisps of dark green were evaporated by the scorching heat, and in just a moment, the dark green poisonous fog that enveloped the giant tiger became thinner and thinner, revealing the giant tiger's figure again. At this moment, the Firebird artifact spirit completely occupied the upper hand as it spat out hot flames from its beak, constantly burning and evaporating the poisonous fog around the giant tiger, suppressing it to the point that it could not fight back. The tiger's roar also turned into a wail, and every time it was burned by the flames, the giant tiger showed a look of horror. However, the Firebird artifact spirit seemed to have gained the upper hand, and the flames it spat out from its beak became more and more powerful, as if it was determined to kill the giant tiger. This scene caused the nearby cultivator surnamed One, who was protecting Kai He and Du Cc, to reveal a look of envy as he stared at the Firebird that was displaying its might. Yang Kai had caused havoc in Heavenly Fate City, and killed an origin-returning realm master from the Xie family. After this news spread, many people knew that he had an incredible artifact spirit, and that this artifact spirit was of the fire attribute. This was also the reason why the old man, Ning Xiangchun, and the other two had constantly expressed goodwill towards Yang Kai along the way. The reason for this was simple. After reaching the origin-returning realm, each of them had several origin-grade artifacts in their hands. What's more, these artifacts had been damaged in battle, and had lost a great deal of their spirituality. If they wanted to repair such artifacts, they would need the help of an origin-grade artifact refiner. On Shadowed Star, how rare were origin-grade artifact refiners? The only one in Shadow Moon Hall, Grandmaster Galin, had passed away half a year ago, so if these origin-returning realm masters wanted to repair their artifacts, they had no way to do so. After learning that Yang Kai had a Firebird artifact spirit, they immediately became interested. As long as they could let Yang Kai borrow this Firebird artifact spirit for a while, with their own strength, they may be able to repair their damaged artifacts. Even if they couldn't restore them to their perfect state, it would still be of great benefit. If not for this, how could these three origin-returning realm masters have been so polite to Yang Kai along the way? It was not as if they had nothing better to do. Now that the cultivator surnamed One had seen the ferocious power of this Firebird artifact spirit with his own eyes, he was overjoyed. Such an artifact spirit was definitely born from an artifact refining furnace, and he had heard that when Yang Kai caused havoc in Heavenly Fate City, he had summoned a cauldron-like artifact. If his guess was correct, it should be the artifact spirit's shelter artifact. With an artifact spirit and an artifact refining furnace, even if one wasn't proficient in artifact refining, it didn't matter. However, finding someone to borrow such a precious artifact was definitely not an easy task. First, one would need to make others feel at ease with them, and they would also need to establish a friendship. While the cultivator surnamed One was taking care of Kai He and Du Cc, he was also looking for an opportunity to help Yang Kai and sell him a favor. But how could he have known that Yang Kai wouldn't even need him to intervene in his battle with the Cloud Beast? This made him feel both surprised and a little regretful. While he was lost in thought, the giant tiger's body had shrunk to 2/3 of its original size. After being chased by the Firebird artifact spirit for a while, more than half of the clouds that formed its body had been evaporated. After all, it had fused with the soul of the monster beast. So after realizing the situation it was in, the giant tiger let out a roar, and its huge body suddenly expanded, exuding an extremely dangerous aura from within. Yang Kai's expression froze while the artifact's spirit's eyes also darted around for a moment before it immediately flew high up into the sky, distancing itself from the giant tiger. In the next moment, the giant tiger's body suddenly exploded. Amidst the explosion, streaks of green light shot out in all directions. However, those streaks of green light instantly transformed into the shape of mini giant tigers, scattering and fleeing for their lives. The Firebird artifact spirit was stunned for a moment before it flew into a rage. It had thought that the giant tiger had realized that it was no match for it and wanted to self-detonate its soul, so it had avoided it. How could it have known that the other party was just making a feint to escape? With a flap of his wings, scorching fireballs flew out, attacking the dark green figures with incomparable precision, directly purifying them. However, after the giant tiger's body burst apart, there were too many green figures that scattered and fled, so the artifact's spirit couldn't take care of all of them. There were always a few that managed to avoid its fireball attacks and survive. Yang Kai, on the other hand, grinned and waved his hands, summoning a series of black demonic flames towards the fleeing figures. None of the green figures that had luckily escaped the Firebird's attack were all wrapped up in these giant demonic flames. Alluring Heaven was also one of the 9 Heavens' divine skills, so it was perfect to use at this time. Although the 9 Heavens' divine skills were martial skills from Tong Xian realm, with the improvement of Yang Kai's strength, the power they could display was on a completely different level, not to mention, they were formed from demonic flames. Crackling sounds rang out, and no matter how the green figures struggled in Alluring Heaven, they were unable to break free and were instead incinerated by the scorching power of the demonic flames. A moment later, the giant tiger cloud beast disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that if the Firebird artifact spirit had shown its power this time, it would have been difficult to kill this cloud beast on his own. Although the demonic flames could restrain its poisonous fog, Yang Kai himself wasn't as impervious to poison as the artifact spirit. If he had fought it alone, it would have been difficult for him. Calling back the artifact spirit, Yang Kai looked to the side and happened to see Lian Guang looking over. Lian Guang had also finished his battle, and the cloud beast he had used his puppet to entangle had also been killed. Exchanging glances, both of them were surprised. Yang Kai didn't know what method Lian Guang had used to kill a cloud beast in such a short time, but the other party also didn't know about Yang Kai's abilities. However, after seeing the Firebird artifact spirit standing on Yang Kai's shoulder and combing its feathers, a look of understanding flashed across Lian Guang's face, and a trace of disdain flashed across his eyes, obviously thinking that the artifact spirit was the one responsible for killing the cloud beast. Immediately after, both of them raised their heads and looked into the distance, wanting to see how the battle between the other origin returning realm masters was going. At first glance, both of their faces sank, because after the two of them killed their respective cloud beasts, the surrounding clouds squirmed, and another cloud beast emerged, and this time, this cloud beast exuded the aura of a 9th-order monster beast. After realizing this, not only did Yang Kai and Lian Guang's expressions become ugly, even Fei Ji too, and the others felt a headache coming on. Yang Kai, the old woman, and old man teamed up to fight the remaining cloud beasts to a draw. But if another 9th-order monster beast appeared, they wouldn't be able to determine how the situation would develop. The cultivator surnamed Wen also noticed this, but he was responsible for protecting Kai He and Du Cc, so even if he wanted to help, he didn't dare to leave their side. Otherwise, if something happened to the two of them, no one would be able to break the spirit array. Moreover, there were still so many clouds around them, so even if they tried their best to kill this new cloud beast, more cloud beasts would appear. This was simply the rhythm of exhausting people to death in this formation. Only now did everyone understand the sinister intentions of the person who arranged this spirit array. They wanted to let them see a glimmer of hope, but then ruthlessly extinguished it. Just as the cultivator surnamed Wen's expression became gloomy, Yang Kai pointed his finger and urged the artifact spirit to meet the cloud beast. He then turned to Lian Guang and said with a smile, Brother Lien, how about we work together to stall it? It looks like we won't be able to continue killing it, so we can only stall for time. I don't need you to remind me of this. Lien Guang replied with a cold face, and ordered his puppets to meet the cloud beast. Chapter 1342. Although the Ninth Order monster beast had extraordinary power, neither Yang Kai nor Lien Guang were ordinary Third Order Saint Kings. Needless to say, Yang Kai himself could easily fight opponents above his own realm, and the puppets controlled by Lien Guang were not to be underestimated either. With the cooperation of the Firebird artifact spirit, they easily entangled the Ninth Order monster beast, preventing it from harassing Fei Ji and the others. If it weren't for them having scruples about the spectral cloud array, the two of them would have been able to kill the Ninth Order cloud beast in no time at all. Seeing the two Saint Kings dealing with the monster beast so easily, Fei Ji and the others were overjoyed and relaxed slightly. After witnessing the birth of cloud beasts, they also understood that they could only stall for time in this spirit array, so they immediately changed their previous strategy and focused on delaying the cloud beasts rather than killing them. As a result, the pressure on the group was greatly reduced, and they were able to cope with the situation with ease. During this time, Kai He and Du Cc continued to pour their Saint Chi into the array discs and array bases, trying to pry into the mysteries of this spectral cloud array, trying to find the location of its array core and array entrance. However, this spirit array was an ancient spirit array, so even though the two of them came from families proficient in spirit arrays, they were unable to do anything in a short time, causing cold sweat to drip from their foreheads. Although the situation was stable at the moment, whether it was the two Saint Kings Yang Kai and Lien Guang, or the three Origin returning realm masters, Fei Ji and the other two, all of them were able to cope with the cloud beasts with ease. But if things were dragged on for too long, there was bound to be an accident. Who knew if more cloud beasts would appear in this spirit array? As such, the two of them had to exert all their strength and use everything they had learned to constantly deduce the various changes in this spirit array. A stick of incense worth of time passed. Half an hour passed, an hour passed. The cultivator surnamed Wen's face gradually became dignified while Fei Ji and the others were also not relaxed. On the contrary, Yang Kai and Lien Guang, who were relatively weaker, wore relaxed expressions. For Yang Kai, the main contributor in this battle was the Firebird artifact spirit. He was only casually using his 9 heavens divine skills to pin down the Ninth Order cloud beast. With the amount of Saint Chi stored in his body, he didn't consume much, while Lien Guang was controlling his puppets to fight, and although he consumed to say, his spiritual energy to say, was to replenish his spiritual energy soul he to say, his expression twos to say he didn't. However, after such a long battle, Fei Ji and the others were faintly unable to bear it. The consumption of their Saint Chi was massive, so if they continued like this, the situation would only worsen. Fei Ji couldn't help feeling anxious, and kept glancing towards Kai He and Du Cc, wanting to see how they were progressing. Seeing this, the cultivator surnamed Wen had no choice but to urge Kai He and Du Cc. The two of them lived up to his expectations, and after an hour of deduction, they finally found a flaw. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the countless array plates and array bases, and after circling twice in place, shot off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, this ray of light hit a group of fiery red clouds floating mid-air. After being struck by this ray of light, the fiery red cloud that was originally moving suddenly froze in place. Du Cec's pretty face lit up with joy and she quickly shouted, "The array core is right there. Once we break it, we can break the spectral cloud array." Hearing her shout, everyone showed a look of joy. Although everyone had faintly guessed that the array core or array gate might be hidden among the countless clouds after entering, no one dared to touch these clouds rashly for fear that something bad would happen. Now that the array core had been found, this concern was naturally no longer present. "Brother Wen," Fei Ji suddenly shouted, "leave it to this one." A cold look appeared on the cultivator surnamed Wen's face as he stared at the cloud hit by the ray of light. With a flick of his wrist, a long golden needle about half a meter long suddenly appeared between his fingers. Immediately pouring his Saint Chi into this needle, it began to glow brilliantly as he shouted, "Go!" As soon as his voice fell, he flicked his wrist, and the golden light shot straight towards the cloud. In midair, the golden light seemed to have transformed into a ferocious serpent that opened its bloody maw in an imposing manner. Just as the golden light was about to hit the cloud, a shocking scene occurred. The cloud wriggled and suddenly turned into a little fiery red beast that looked like a squirrel. The little beast rolled its eyes, revealing a look of disdain. Its figure flickered and disappeared strangely on the spot. The spirit snake formed by the golden light struck thin air as it approached Han Li. The cultivator surnamed Wen's face sank, and his expression became ugly. Although he knew that the cloud would definitely change, he never expected that the cloud beast would disappear just like that. Even after releasing his divine sense, he was unable to sense the existence of any aura. Just as he was feeling annoyed, he saw Yang Kai move like the wind and rushed directly to the spot where the small beast disappeared, opening his hand with a cold expression and grabbing towards it. Puchi. Yang Kai's large hand seemed to have caught something, but no matter how hard the cultivator surnamed Wen looked, he could not see anything. Instead, a series of squeaking noises came from there. Immediately after, there was a flash of light, and the small beast that had disappeared before actually appeared again. At this moment, the small beast was actually held in the palm of Yang Kai's hand. It actually did not leave, but used some unknown method to hide its body. That method was enough to deceive the cultivator surnamed Wen's divine sense. How did this brat discover it? The cultivator surnamed Wen looked at Yang Kai in bewilderment. He really could not understand whether the other party was a blind cat that had stumbled upon a dead mouse, or if he really had a target. Just as his thoughts were racing, a ball of pitch-black devil flame had already appeared in Yang Kai's hand and was burning the small beast mercilessly. No matter how the small beast struggled, it could not escape from Yang Kai's grasp. This cloud beast that was the eye of the array did not have any fighting strength at all. It seemed that it could only hide its body. Perhaps it had other magical abilities that it did not have time to use. In the blink of an eye, the small beast was burned into a ball by the devil flame, and a wooden token strangely appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled and grabbed the wooden token in his hand. At the same time as the small beast was destroyed, the cloud beasts that had been entangled with Fei Ji Tu and the others, as well as the cloud beasts that had been dealing with the firebird and Lian Guang, and even the countless clouds floating around, all rushed towards the wooden token. As if there was an amazing suction force coming from the wooden token, all the clouds were sucked into it. In just 3 short breaths, the crisis was over, and the world of clouds suddenly collapsed. When everyone came to their senses, they found that they were still standing near the flower bed. On the flower bed, the purple sword soul grass was still as straight as a sword. The spectral cloud array had been completely broken. But at this moment no one spoke. Instead, they all stood in place in a daze, looking at the wooden token in Yang Kai's hand with envious expressions. Even Fei Ji too, and the others were no exception. Kai He and Du Cici's eyes were filled with fanaticism. At this moment, this wooden token was exuding a white light, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. The world energy around it was abundant, so it was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary object. Array plate! Is this the legendary array plate? Du Cici cried out, attracting everyone's attention. It really is an array plate. Fei Ji Tu's Adam's apple squirmed as his expression became slightly complicated. Although he had guessed it just now, he was not sure. Now that he heard Du Cici's cry, he immediately knew that his guess was correct. This was an extremely rare and precious array plate. Everyone present had obviously heard of the rarity and value of this array plate. When the cultivator surnamed Wen remembered that he had missed out on this treasure, and that it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't help feeling depressed. If he had directly stepped forward to capture the little beast just now, this array plate might have been his. Such an array plate was undoubtedly much more precious than an origin-grade artifact. Brother Yang, Kai He shouted, but as soon as his voice fell, he was stunned to see Yang Kai casually put the array plate into his space ring, before standing in place with a blank look on his face. Ahem. Fei Jitu lightly coughed. Since young boy has obtained it, it is also your opportunity. Take good care of it. Hearing this, Ning Xiangchen pondered for a moment before chuckling. Congratulations, little friend. For obtaining this rare treasure, your strength has greatly increased. The old woman and the cultivator surnamed Wen thought about it for a moment before also congratulating, obviously agreeing with Fei Jitu's words, and not intending to snatch or share this array plate with Yang Kai. After all, the main purpose of entering this place this time was to rescue Qian Tong. Obtaining this array plate was just an inadvertent act, so it was obviously not wise to start a conflict over this array plate. What's more, the three origin returning realm masters all wanted to make friends with Yang Kai and borrow his Firebird artifact spirit. With the opinions of all the origin returning realm masters reaching a consensus, the remaining three Saint King realm masters did not dare to object. Du Cece pursed her lips as she glared at Yang Kai with a look of extreme bitterness. This guy obviously did not understand the Tao of spirit arrays, nor did he know the preciousness of this array plate. Yet he had actually obtained it. It was simply too unfair. If Du Cece had obtained this array plate, perhaps the Du family's Tao of spirit arrays would have been able to reach a new height and completely suppress the Kai family. Kai he thought about it for a moment, and could only resign himself to his fate and congratulate Yang Kai. But the smile on his face was extremely bitter. If it had been something else, he wouldn't have cared. But this array plate was too important, especially to his family, which was famous for its spirit arrays. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly, although he had never heard of an array plate before. From the reactions of these people, he could tell that he had obtained something extraordinary. However, Yang Kai was too lazy to ask these people about it, and simply planned to wait until he returned to Dragon Cave Mountain to ask Yang Yen about this array plate. Encountering a sword soul grass by chance, and encountering such a disaster, everyone immediately understood that this ancient ruin was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. On the contrary, it was full of dangers, and if one was not careful, they could easily fall into a spirit array. Naturally, no one dared to be negligent. Let's rest here and restore ourselves first. If we encounter anything else along the way, don't act rashly, Fei Jitu said before walking to the side and sitting down to meditate. Everyone nodded and took out Saint crystals and pills to restore themselves. Chapter 1343. Although Yang Kai didn't need to restore himself, in order to avoid being too conspicuous, he also found a place nearby to meditate. The world energy here was much richer than outside, so restoring himself was naturally twice the result with half the effort. After a short while, the few Saint Kings who hadn't contributed much had completely restored themselves. Perceiving the sound of footsteps approaching him, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and saw Kai He and Du Cece walking over together. Du Cece still had the same disdainful look on her face, while Kai He had a big smile on his face. Do you two need something? Yang Kai waited for them to come closer before pretending to be confused and asked. Although he didn't know why they had come looking for him, Yang Kai felt that it should have something to do with the array plate. Sure enough, hearing this, Kai He cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yang, please don't take offense. We are all from the same generation, so this Kai won't beat around the bush. I came here to ask Brother Yang what you plan to do with the array plate you just obtained. Do you have any plans to sell it?" When he asked this, Du Cece also stared at Yang Kai eagerly, as if she was eager to try. As soon as Yang Kai said he wanted to sell it, she would immediately offer a price. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "Sorry, I'm still quite well off, so I don't plan to sell it for the time being." A look of regret flashed across Kai He's face. Although he had some faint guesses, when he heard Yang Kai's answer with his own ears, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. On the other hand, Du Cece coldly snorted and said, "You don't seem to have come into contact with spirit arrays. Do you even know what an array plate is? Do you know what it's used for?" Yang Kai glanced at her faintly and said, "Whether I know or not has nothing to do with young lady. That thing is in my hands, so I'm free to do whatever I want with it." "You!" Du Cece's chest heaved as she shouted. But you being able to obtain this array plate is all thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Otherwise, how could you have had the ability to do so? On top of that, finding the location of the array core was all thanks to Kai He and me. Even if the array plate is in your hands, I should have a share. Oh. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and looked at her with a smile. From what you're saying, it seems you want to snatch my array plate. I didn't say that. Don't make such slanderous accusations. Du Cici's face changed slightly as she couldn't help glancing over at Fei Jitu. After all, Fei Jitu had just said that since the array plate had been taken by Yang Kai, it was now his. If Yang Kai really accused her of stealing it, it would be difficult for her to explain herself to Fei Jitu's day. What does young lady to SST? Kai Yang's face became cold. He didn't have a good impression of this kind of self-righteous woman. If others didn't provoke him, then he wouldn't care. But once they did, he was disinclined to give them any face. To buy to sell. T to young T to the point. I already said, this array plate isn't for sale. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. At this point, how could he not understand the preciousness of this array plate? Not to mention a trivial Du family. Even if Shadow Moon Hall came to buy it, he would not give it up. Before he understood the role of this array plate, how could he easily give it up? Du Cici bringing up the Du family's name was obviously an attempt to pressure him, causing Yang Kai to feel a little disgusted. Hearing Yang Kai's refusal, Du Cici sneered and slowly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. It's not too late to listen to the price. My Du family offers 30 million Saint Crystals." 30 million? That's a lot of Saint Crystals. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. This little girl doesn't know about Dragon Cave Mountain's heritage, right? She wants to tempt me with a trivial 30 million Saint Crystals? On the other hand, Kai He seemed to have heard about Dragon Cave Mountain before and couldn't help snorting. Are you still not satisfied with this price? Du Cici was obviously taken aback. After all, she had heard that Yang Kai was just a guy who occupied a mountain and acted like a king. How could such a humble cultivator have ever seen so many Saint Crystals? Even her Du family would not be able to gather this much money. Originally, she didn't have the right to make such a decision, but this array plate was of great importance, so if she reported it to her family, they would only agree and not object. Even if she had to sell everything she had, she would still be able to gather this amount. Du Cici frowned, thinking that Yang Kai was trying to raise the price because he was a rare commodity. Secretly cursing him for being too hateful, she rolled her eyes and said, "How about this? If you can sell this array plate to my Du family, not only will we pay you 30 million Saint Crystals, but we will also allow our Du family's array masters to create several powerful array plates and array bases for you. Is that good enough?" "I'm not selling." Yang Kai still shook his head. Du Cici looked at Yang Kai like he was a fool. To be honest, the price she offered was indeed not low, but she had not expected that it would not move Yang Kai at all. For a moment, she ground her teeth and hesitated for a moment, seemingly wanting to make another offer. Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted her chatter, frowning as he said, "Girl, please go back. Even if your Du family offers better conditions, I will not sell this array plate. You'll regret it." Du Cici was furious, stomped her foot, turned around angrily, and left, not bothering to speak any more nonsense with Yang Kai. Kai He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to comfort her, but in the end, he remained silent. After Du Cici left, Kai He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, please don't blame her. Cici has always been spoiled, so she has a bit of a temper. If she has offended you in any way, this Kai will apologize to Brother Yang on her behalf." Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile and nodded. "It doesn't matter. I won't lower myself to her level." Then, "Many thanks to Brother Yang." Kai He relaxed and said, "But looking at Brother Yang's expression, it seems that you really don't understand the preciousness of this array plate, right?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he said, "I'd like to hear the details." Kai He chuckled and sat cross-legged across from Yang Kai, chatting with him. After listening to Kai He's explanation, Yang Kai understood why Du Cici was so obsessed with this array plate. He also realized how precious this array plate was. The Tao of spirit arrays was extensive and profound. Even if a cultivator spent their entire life studying them, they might not necessarily be able to understand the essence of spirit arrays. Array plates, array bases, array eyes, array gates, and all kinds of other mysteries were created by array masters. As for the array plate, it was an anomaly. Today's array masters on Shadowed Star could no longer make array plates, not only because the method to refine array plates had been lost, but also because the people who could refine them no longer existed. It was rumored that a long time ago, there was a special branch of array masters called artifact array masters. From this name, it could be inferred that artifact array masters were not only proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, but also in artifact refining. Only by combining the two together, and achieving a certain level of attainment, could one become an artifact array master. And only artifact array masters could refine array plates. Generally speaking, array masters understood some of the Tao of artifact refining. After all, array plates and array bases needed to be refined by array masters themselves. Similarly, artifact refiners also understood some of the Tao of spirit arrays. The spirit arrays used in artifact refining belonged to the category of spirit arrays, and this was also applicable to alchemists. It was just that both parties did not know much about each other's territory. The Tao of spirit arrays was already broad and profound, so how could array masters have too much energy to study artifact refining? So over time, the special existence of artifact array masters gradually disappeared from the long river of history. Array plates refined by artifact array masters, in a strict sense, contain the three characteristics of spirit arrays: array bases, array plates, and artifacts. They did not require a complicated spirit array plate or array base. Only a plate was needed to perfectly display the function of a spirit array. In other words, Yang Kai had the array plate for the spectral cloud array, so as long as he refined it, he could arrange the spectral cloud array as he pleased. Hearing what Kai he said, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He had personally experienced the power of this spectral cloud array. The cloud beasts contained inside were not weak, and even origin returning realm masters like Fei Ji Tu and Ning Xiangchun had been trapped inside. If he could obtain the assistance of this spirit array, his strength would indeed soar, and he would have many more methods to deal with his enemies. Moreover, when everyone was trapped by the spectral cloud array just now, the full power of the spirit array had not been displayed. After all, no one was controlling it, so it would be good if it could display half of its power. If Yang Kai had personally arranged this spirit array and controlled it, even a master like Fei Ji Tu would have died without a doubt. This kind of long-lost array plate was of great significance to an array master. If one could obtain it, they might be able to discover the refining method of this array plate. Compared to using a complicated array base and array plate to arrange a spirit array, this array plate was obviously much better. Moreover, this array plate was a kind of artifact that could be refined into one's body, and one would not have to worry about it being stolen. There were many benefits. Kai he explained these things to Yang Kai with a look of envy on his face. How could Yang Kai not know what he was thinking? Although he did not offer to buy this array plate like Du Cece did, it was obvious that Kai he also had the same intention. But for the sake of face, he did not say it out loud. So, does Brother Yang understand the preciousness of this array plate? Kai he looked at Yang Kai enviously. Yang Kai nodded. I understand. Many thanks for Brother Kai's explanation. In the future, if this Yang were to really sell this array plate, he would definitely consider your Kai family first. Hearing this, Kai he was overjoyed and quickly cupped his fists. Many thanks for Brother Yang's kindness. Although this Kai would also like to obtain this array plate, I really don't want to see that day come. Yang Kai chuckled, understanding that Kai he did not want to see a day when he would really be in dire straits. Yang Kai's impression of Kai he improved slightly, feeling that this person was indeed someone worth befriending. What happened between the three Saint Kings naturally did not escape the perception of Fei Ji Tu and the others, but the origin returning realm masters did not care. After Kai he left, Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. Artifact array masters. There was actually such a special group of people in this world. Although they could not be found anywhere else, There was one on Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Yan was not only proficient in artifact refining, but also in spirit arrays. She was clearly an artifact array master. Didn't that mean that she could also refine this array plate with her skills? Moreover, when Yang Kai obtained this array plate, he faintly felt a familiar aura from it. But when he tried to recall this aura carefully, he could not remember where he had seen it before, causing him to become somewhat suspicious. Chapter 1344. Putting aside the matter of the array plate for the time being, Yang Kai secretly decided that after returning, he would really need to ask Yang Yan about it. If she could really refine array plates, then he would no longer need array plates or array bases in the future. He could just ask her to refine a few array plates, so he could arrange a large spirit array at any time and place. A moment later, Fei Ji2 and the others also returned to normal, and after a brief discussion, they continued on their way. Along the way, from time to time, they could see some exotic flowers and herbs casually planted in the nearby flower beds. Every one of these exotic flowers and herbs was priceless. Many of them were even good things that had long gone extinct. They looked no different from the real thing. However, learning from their mistakes, after experiencing the torture of the spectral cloud array, Fei Ji2 and the others no longer dared to touch these exotic flowers and grasses, at will lest they accidentally trigger some kind of spirit array or spirit array. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had developed a strong interest in these exotic flowers and grasses, because with his experience and judgment, he found that some of the things planted in these flower beds might actually be real. In other words, not all of these things were traps, but were actually rare herbs. However, Yang Kai wasn't 100% sure he would be able to find these herbs, let alone rescue Qian Tong. So even though he was somewhat tempted, he could only follow behind Fei Ji2 and the others and continue forward, completely ignoring these exotic flowers and grasses. However, Yang Kai silently memorized the route, preparing to return to this place to explore if there was a chance after rescuing Qian Tong, so he could determine whether these herbs were real or not. Even with everyone's caution, they still encountered no small amount of trouble along the way. The barriers and spirit arrays in this ancient ruin were impossible to guard against, and as a third-order origin returning realm master, Fei Ji2 was constantly scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, but he was unable to detect any danger at all. Fortunately, there was an array master in the team, Kai He, who played a huge role. Every time they were surrounded by a spirit array, the two of them would work together to break it open while the others stood guard and resisted the spirit array's attacks. So along the way, although everyone was in a bit of a difficult situation, there were no casualties. Only the old woman suffered some minor injuries while Yang Kai, a Saint King realm master, was well protected and did not encounter any danger. Unfortunately, after these array formations were broken, no array plates appeared again. This made Kai He and Du Cc very disappointed. 3 days later, a group of people stood in front of a spacious passageway. This passageway was spotlessly white and seemed to be paved with pure white jade, without a speck of dust. However, the passageway was filled with a bone-chilling cold air. Strands of cold air could be seen with the naked eye, converging into various forms in midair. On both sides of the passageway, there were icicles erected, looking like a mountain of swords. Each icicle flickered with a cold light, causing one's hair to stand on end. Even though they were standing in front of the passageway and had yet to enter, they were still affected by the cold air. Frost formed on the tips of their brows and hair. This should be the ice path. Fei Ji2's expression was solemn. He seemed to be muttering to himself, but it also seemed like he was telling everyone. How did Elder Qian pass through such cold air before? Ning Xiangchen's old face paled slightly. He knew that if he had fallen into this passageway, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture in a short time, unable to reach the end. Although Qian Tong was a third-order origin returning realm master, without some kind of treasure to suppress the cold here, it would have been impossible for him to bring a Saint King grade artifact refiner through here. I heard that Elder Qian obtained a raging flame bead a few dozen years ago. He probably borrowed the power of this raging flame bead. the old woman said thoughtfully. Fei Ji gently nodded. An old ghost Qian did have a raging flame bead, otherwise, he would have definitely retreated here. Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Can you do it?" Yang Kai squinted at the passage and instead of answering asked, "City Lord Fei, do you know how long this passage is?" Fei Ji slowly shook his head. Old Ghost Qian did not mention this in his message, so I don't know how long this passage is. But since Old Ghost Qian was able to bring someone through with the help of the raging flame bead, it shouldn't be too long. If it's not long, then it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said. The reason why Fei Ji brought Yang Kai with him this time was to borrow the power of the Firebird artifact spirit to pass through this ice path. Now it was naturally time for Yang Kai to contribute. Don't worry, this city lord has also made some preparations for this trip. I won't just rely on your artifact spirit. Fei Ji comforted, waving his hand and summoning a copper bell-like artifact into his palm. This copper bell was red in color and gave off a scorching and pure fire aura. Grand Fire Dome. Ning Xiang Chen's eyes lit up as he smiled. I didn't expect Brother Fei to be able to borrow an artifact like the Grand Fire Dome. With this, we should be able to pass through this ice path. Fei Ji grinned. Although the Grand Fire Dome is the Hall Master's personal treasure, and he rarely uses it even when fighting others. Since we're here to rescue Old Ghost Qian, he naturally won't be stingy. Hearing what he said, Yang Kai and the other juniors realized that this Grand Fire Dome artifact was actually owned by the Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master. For this operation, Fei Ji had borrowed it. Although the borrowed artifact couldn't display the full power of the Grand Fire Dome, it was not a problem for it to provide some assistance. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded and calmed down. Releasing his divine sense, the Firebird artifact's spirit rushed out from his body, and immediately under Yang Kai's command, it transformed into a light curtain that wrapped around the group of 8. The Firebird did not have a physical body, so although it usually appeared in its bird form, it could still take on a myriad of forms. At the same time, Fei Ji opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of Yuan Qi onto the Grand Fire Dome. Pushing his Saint Qi, the Grand Fire Dome immediately expanded and enveloped everyone. With these 2 layers of protection, everyone felt a sense of security. Hey, don't squeeze me. Du Ci's whispered complaint came from behind, prompting Yang Kai to turn around and see Kai he smiling awkwardly. There were simply too many people here. So in order to display the full power of the Firebird artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Dome, Yang Kai and Fei Ji had reduced their respective defenses to the minimum. As a result, the 8 of them standing together became a bit crowded. Kai he was eager to protect Du Ci, so he naturally stuck close to her. But the other party not only didn't appreciate his kindness, but also complained. Kai he had a good temper and didn't get angry, instead patiently explaining to Du Ci. Let's go. Yang Kai called out and walked forward side by side with Fei Ji Tuesday. As soon as they stepped onto the ice road, everyone couldn't help shivering. The cold was like an invisible blade that pierced through the 2 layers of protection and stabbed straight into everyone's body, causing them to feel a sharp pain. Even with 2 layers of fire attribute protection, this place was still so terrifying. If they didn't have these 2 layers of protection, they would likely have suffered a great deal of damage. Everyone paled. Du Ci was no longer in the mood to complain about Kai he, her pretty face turning pale as she involuntarily moved closer to him, seemingly trying to find some sense of security. Seeing this, Kai he was overjoyed and couldn't wait for this ice road to end. Yang Kai's expression was also extremely solemn. He was connected to the Firebird artifact spirit, so he could naturally sense the coldness of this ice road better than anyone else. Every moment they spent here consumed more of the Firebird artifact spirit's strength. Although it wasn't impossible to replenish it, the Firebird artifact spirit was a great help to Yang Kai when exploring ancient ruins. So Yang Kai didn't want to consume too much of its strength. Immediately, Yang Kai quickened his pace. Before, when they were outside, they couldn't clearly see the situation inside the ice road. But now that they were inside, when they looked around, everyone paled. The ice attribute aura on both sides had become so dense that it had almost turned into a mist. Although everyone understood that under such cold conditions, after years of accumulation, some good things would definitely be born, no one was in the mood to explore. They just wanted to leave this ice road as soon as possible. After half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai frowned. He found that he had underestimated the length of this ice road. At this moment, looking forward, he still couldn't see the end of the ice road. Looking back, he also couldn't see the path behind him. The whole world was silent, with only the occasional sound of a heartbeat or breathing, which was extremely strange. After walking forward for a long time, Du Cece suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there." Everyone was startled and looked in the direction she was pointing, their faces paling. Because in everyone's field of vision, there were human-shaped ice sculptures. Without exception, those ice sculptures were all lifelike, standing about 300 feet away from the ice path. Among these ice sculptures, there were men and women, old and young, each of them wearing different clothes and wearing different expressions on their faces. Some were pleasantly surprised, some were panic-stricken, and some had indifferent expressions, as if they didn't realize what was happening before they died. These ice sculptures were all made of living people who had been frozen. It seems that old Ghost Qian wasn't the only one who discovered this ancient ruin. Fei Ji sighed softly. These ice sculptures were clearly the cultivator who had come here to explore before. But for some unknown reason, they had all been frozen in place without the slightest wound on their bodies, nor were there any traces of battle. It was an extremely strange and inexplicable way to die. This is... Ning Xiangchen's old eyes flashed with a trace of horror as he stared at one of the ice sculptures for a long time. "Brother Ning, you also recognize it?" The old woman glanced over at him. "Since you also recognized it, then it should be right. It really is that person. I was only fortunate enough to meet him once when I was young, but I didn't expect him to fall here." Ning Xiangchen smiled bitterly. "Two seniors know someone here?" Kai he asked in surprise. 200 years ago, he was a famous peerless genius on Shadowed Star. Although he was not from Star Emperor Mountain, at that time, it was rumored that he was the one most likely to break through the shackles of Shadowed Star and break through to the Origin King realm. Unfortunately, there has been no news of him since 100 years ago, Ning Xiangchen explained faintly. Even such a genius has fallen. Kai he had a look of pity on his face. Take a closer look at the clothes of these people. Fei Ji too seemed to have discovered something. Chapter 1345. After the several Saint King Realm juniors took a closer look, all of them couldn't help showing looks of surprise, because the clothes of these ice sculptures were clearly very similar to the uniforms of some of Shadowed Star's sects. Although there were some differences, after a careful inspection, they could still find some similarities. For example, one of the ice sculptures had a small thunder character embroidered on his chest, similar to the current uniform of Thunder Typhoon sect. Another ice sculpture had the word war embroidered on his cuffs, indicating he was a member of Heaven Battling Union. Others such as Colored Glass Sect, Grand Fire Temple, Myriad Beast Mountain had similar uniforms. Fei Ji too even found a senior from Shadow Moon Hall among them. All of these frozen cultivators were masters with profound cultivations. Since they had been able to reach this place, they must have been extremely lucky, each of them possessing heaven-defying methods, but all of them had fallen here, causing everyone to sigh. Now isn't the time to be looking at these things, is it? Yang Kai frowned, seeing Fei Ji too and the others all staring at the space rings worn by these dead seniors. He faintly reminded them, since they were frozen here, perhaps there really is some great danger here. Shouldn't we hurry up? Hearing Yang Kai's words, Fei Ji too and the others couldn't help frowning. When they discovered these ice sculptures just now, everyone had naturally noticed their space rings with regret. Since these people were all famous masters, there must be a lot of good things in their space rings. It was human nature to be greedy, so while they were coveting these space rings, none of them realized why they had been frozen here until Yang Kai called out. Fei Ji too instantly broke out in a cold sweat and nodded quickly. Yes, let's move quickly. Ning Xiangchun and the others also withdrew their reluctant gazes and followed closely behind Fei Jitu and Yang Kai. But after walking less than 1,000 meters, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a golden thread shot out from his finger and swept towards the void. There was a flash of white light, and a blurry figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes before disappearing without a trace. At the same time, a large expanse of cold air enveloped everyone, colliding with the protective barrier formed by the artifact spirit Firebird, causing a series of hissing sounds to ring out. In the blink of an eye, the first layer of protection laid down by the Firebird artifact spirit was pierced through by the cold chi. Fortunately, the Grand Fire Warding Barrier was able to block the remaining cold chi. Even so, Fei Jitu's complexion paled. This cold chi. What is it? Ning Xiangchen's expression changed dramatically as he looked around. Everyone else also wore looks of horror. Not to mention how strong the protection laid down by the Firebird artifact spirit was. The Grand Fire Warding Barrier owned by the Shadow Moon Hall's Hall Master was supposed to be able to restrain the ice attribute. But after coming into contact with the remaining cold chi, it actually began to tremble. It was easy to imagine how powerful this cold chi was. If not for these 2 layers of protection, everyone would have likely followed in the footsteps of their seniors. There really was another danger here. Yang Kai's expression was particularly ugly, because in the brief moment of contact just now, he discovered that his Firebird artifact spirit was not a match for this white light, which both surprised and shocked him. The artifact spirit was formed after being burned by the earth-lung fire vein for tens of thousands of years. So what was this thing that even it was no match for? Fortunately, the flash of white light did not conceal itself, and after its attack failed, it revealed its original appearance and stopped not far away. When everyone saw this, they could not help but be dumbfounded. The reason for that was because that thing had the appearance of a white rabbit. However, that white rabbit's body was plump, and it was 3 times the size of an ordinary white rabbit. Its fur was pure white, without the slightest trace of impurity. It appeared as if it was carved from ice and jade. Only its eyes were incomparably red, and emitted a ruthless and cruel radiance. World energy manifestation. A world spirit. Fei Jitu and the other origin returning realm masters exclaimed. With their eyesight, they could naturally see that this white rabbit was not made of flesh and blood, but rather an existence similar to the Firebird artifact spirit, composed of world energy and possessing sentience. This kind of existence was a world spirit. An artifact spirit could barely be considered a kind of world spirit, but it was not completely so, because the birth of an artifact spirit depended on an artifact refining furnace. An artifact refining furnace was the home of an artifact spirit, and once an artifact refining furnace was damaged, the artifact spirit could be destroyed. However, the red-eyed white rabbit in front of him was a spirit of heaven and earth in the truest sense of the word. It did not have a vessel for its birth, but was born purely from the rich ice energy in this place, after which it gained sentience. World spirits were extremely rare, but their value was immeasurable. Once a cultivator of the same surname obtained this kind of world spirit, and refined or even absorbed it, their strength would increase greatly without any harm, saving them many years of hard work. However, world spirits themselves were unpredictable, so even if someone discovered a world spirit, they might not be able to capture it, and might even be killed by it instead. Although everyone had long guessed that under such harsh conditions, after so many years of accumulation, something good would definitely be born here, no one had expected that it would actually be a world spirit. For a time, everyone's expressions changed. Some were filled with fear, some were excited, some were panicking, and so on. As for why all the seniors who had set foot here had been frozen into ice sculptures, there was now an explanation. It was definitely the work of this world spirit. It had been hiding in the ice and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Even a third-order origin returning realm master might not necessarily be able to avoid it. With its means, once a cultivator was hit by it, their fate would definitely not be good. If Yang Kai had not sensed the warning of the Firebird artifact spirit just now, he definitely would not have discovered it, But the firebird and the white rabbit world spirit were incompatible, so it was able to detect it the moment it launched its attack. No wonder he felt that the artifact spirit was not its opponent. It turned out to be a world spirit. Yang Kai's expression relaxed slightly. At this moment, the white rabbit world spirit was glaring at them with a malicious look on its face, so no one dared to act rashly. Fei Jitu's face twitched. This is big trouble. Do you have any good ideas to scare it away? He no longer expected to be able to defeat or even capture this world spirit. He only hoped to scare it away, so everyone could safely cross this ice road. In front of such a powerful world spirit, even if the 8 of them joined forces, they might not necessarily be its opponent. The reason why the other party had not made a move was obviously because the Firebird artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Ward were restraining it. But in this place, once the artifact spirit and the Grand Fire Ward were exhausted, there would be no need for the White Rabbit to take action, as no one would be able to survive. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads with ugly expressions. Ning Xiangchen's face went pale as he whispered, I heard that world spirits like to devour the vitality of living things to strengthen themselves. It seems that the reason those seniors were killed was because of this. Devour the vitality of living things? The several Saint King Realm juniors all paled. Obviously this was the first time they had heard of such a secret. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a strange look as he secretly thought that if this white rabbit really liked to devour vitality, he had a way to lure it away. After all, the golden blood in his body contained an unimaginable amount of vitality. So as long as he gave up a drop, it should be enough to restrain the other party. However, this white rabbit was too fast, and he didn't know where the end of the ice road was. If it swallowed a drop of golden blood, and they still hadn't left the ice road, it would definitely turn back and chase after them. At that time, Yang Kai would likely have to give up a second, third, or even more. Not worth it. Yang Kai shook his head secretly planning to use this method as a last resort. If it really didn't work, he would have to use his golden blood to attract its attention. If there's no way to scare it away, we can only force our way through. Fei Jitu smiled bitterly. If we delay, the situation might change. Let's go now, everyone be careful. Understood. Everyone nodded, each summoning their own defensive artifacts and standing guard. Lian Guang didn't say a word, instead suddenly tossing out a python-shaped puppet. After pouring his Saint Chi into it, this puppet suddenly transformed into a giant python that was as thick as a bucket and several dozen meters long. It had a ferocious appearance and was covered in thick scales, exuding an aura no weaker than a third-order Saint King. Go! Lian Guang shouted, ordering the giant python to immediately open up a path ahead, obviously intending to use this puppet to attract the attention of the white rabbit. Generally speaking, rabbits had an instinctive fear of snake-type creatures, so although he didn't know what this world spirit was, Lian Guang still held on to a sliver of hope. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction flashed across Fei Jitu's face as he led the group to follow behind the giant python. Everyone didn't dare to move too quickly, for fear of angering the white rabbit. As for the giant python puppet, it was constantly flicking its tongue and shaking its head, looking extremely powerful, which really opened Yang Kai's eyes. The Lian family's puppet refining techniques really had some skill. This giant python looked exactly the same as a real one, except for the fact that it didn't have any vitality. Not far away, the white rabbit's crimson eyes flashed a strange light. Obviously, its sentience wasn't low. After staring at the giant python for a moment, it suddenly shook its body and transformed into a giant eagle. A loud cry rang out, and in the next moment, the giant eagle flew to the top of the giant python's head and opened its mouth to spit out a white mist. Everyone paled, none of them having expected it to know how to transform. Lian Guang was even more surprised, forming a seal with his hand. The giant python suddenly stood upright, opened its mouth, and spat out a crimson beam of light with astonishing momentum. However, as soon as the crimson beam of light came into contact with the white mist, it was suddenly frozen. Not only that, but after the white mist covered the giant python, Ice began to condense on the python's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, making a cracking sound. Chapter 1346. Even a third-order origin returning realm cultivator was not the opponent of this world spirit. So how could a trivial third-order Saint King Python puppet be its match? After being shrouded in the white mist, the puppet immediately began to freeze. Lian Guang's face changed drastically, and he tried to recall the puppet, but he was a step too late. In the blink of an eye, the giant python was frozen into an ice sculpture, and even the connection between it and Lian Guang disappeared. Immediately after, the giant eagle grabbed the giant python with its claws, flew up into the air, and dropped it directly. With a loud bang, the giant python fell to the ground and disintegrated into pieces. Under normal circumstances, if such a puppet were to fall from such a high altitude, it would be impossible to destroy it. It was comparable to a third-order Saint King realm cultivator, and was extremely sturdy and resilient. Otherwise, Lian Guang wouldn't have been able to use it to fight. However, the white mist the giant eagle spat out easily destroyed the puppet's body, and when it fell from such a high altitude, it naturally scattered. Lian Guang's face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be seen on it. He was only a third-order Saint King right now, and had spent a great deal of energy and effort to refine this puppet. But he had never expected it would be destroyed before it could play any role. The pain and hatred in Lian Guang's heart could be imagined. But facing this world spirit, he was also helpless and could only stand there with a gloomy face. Even if he had more puppets, he wasn't willing to release them. Facing such a world spirit, no matter how many of them he had, they would all be destroyed. After the giant eagle destroyed the giant python, a trace of disdain and pride flashed across its red eyes, before it immediately flapped its wings and swooped towards the group. Fei Jitu shouted, "Stop it!" As soon as his voice fell, he summoned his blue jade bowl while Ning Xiangchun and the others also summoned their artifacts. In an instant, a multicolored light bloomed in the sky, as all kinds of powerful secret techniques and artifacts intertwined. The cries of the eagles resounded throughout the heavens and earth as another white mist descended. No matter what kind of attack it was, no matter what kind of artifact it was, they were all blocked by this white mist and quickly frozen. Even the blue light from Fei Jitu's blue jade bowl showed signs of being frozen. The giant eagle didn't show any mercy and swooped down with its sharp claws, directly grabbing the Firebird artifact spirit's protective barrier. With a cracking sound, countless cracks appeared on the artifact spirit's protective barrier and spread out in all directions. Yang Kai's face changed, and with a thought, countless scorching black flames appeared around him. Under his control, these flames once again formed a protective barrier around the group. At the same time, the Firebird artifact spirit's artifact. The Firebird artifact spirit had reverted back to its normal form and transformed into a strange bird several tens of meters long before it swooping towards the giant eagle artifact spirit. The artifact spirit seemed to be holding back its anger. After all, although it wasn't a genuine world spirit, it could still be considered one. Just now, it had to protect Yang Kai and the others, so it wasn't convenient for it to reveal its true form. Now that it had been provoked by the giant eagle again and again, it was naturally annoyed. Now that it had received Yang Kai's order, it immediately erupted. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. Letting the Firebird artifact spirit continue to maintain this protective barrier was obviously not a wise decision. The artifact spirit's power was inferior to the giant eagle's, and at this moment, in this cold weather, it was only a matter of time before the artifact spirit ran out of strength. Since this was the case, it was better to take a gamble and let the artifact spirit deal with the giant eagle while they took the opportunity to quickly leave the ice road. Fortunately, the Grand Fire Shield played a huge role here, and with Yang Kai's scorching demonic flame, even if everyone felt uncomfortable, they weren't in any immediate danger. High up in the sky, the giant eagle and the strange bird transformed by the artifact spirit fought fiercely, causing the world energy aura on the ice road to become chaotic. The cries of the eagle and the bird rang out incessantly. Seeing this, Fei Jitu was overjoyed and beckoned to his group, Let's go. Saying so, he quickly displayed his movement skill and led the way. Everyone else also hurriedly pushed their defensive artifacts, desperately pushing their Saint Chi to resist the cold that was invading through Yang Kai's demonic flame and grand fire shield, while following closely behind Feiji Tuesday. Unlike everyone else's anxiety and uneasiness, Yang Kai's expression had become extremely strange at this moment. Because the moment the cold chi invaded his body, he felt something stirring inside his body, and that thing was actually absorbing the cold chi that was gushing in from all directions. As the cold air entered his body, Yang Kai didn't feel much discomfort. On the contrary, that thing seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and became even more excited. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he rushed forward while inspecting himself. A moment later, his expression became even stranger. It's that thing. Yang Kai had never imagined that the Ice Phoenix tattoo would be the one that had reacted at this time. Strictly speaking, this was the Phoenix Empress inheritance. The yin-yang joyous unification art he and Su Yan cultivated had a total of 2 inheritances, both of which were obtained in Tongxian Realm's Dragon Phoenix Palace. The Dragon Emperor's inheritance was obtained by Yang Kai himself and had merged with his body. The Phoenix Empress inheritance had been sealed in the Phoenix Nest before, but before Yang Kai left Tongxian Realm, he had gone to the Phoenix Nest and taken away the Phoenix Empress inheritance. Since then, Yang Kai had always had 2 tattoos on his body. One was a golden dragon, and the other was an ice phoenix. Yang Kai's original intention of taking away the Phoenix Empress inheritance was to find Su Yan and give it to her. But until now, he had not been able to do so. Even before meeting Qianyu, he had not been able to obtain any news about Su Yan. This Ice Phoenix tattoo had existed on Yang Kai's body for more than 10 years, and since he had obtained it, it had not moved at all. But now on this ice road, as the cold air entered his body, the Ice Phoenix tattoo actually began to stir. As it swallowed the cold air, it became more and more difficult for Yang Kai to control it, faintly showing signs of wanting to break free. Yang Kai's mood suddenly became complicated, as he couldn't figure out whether the situation was good or bad. The reason why the cold air could stimulate the Ice Phoenix tattoo was easy to explain. After all, the Ice Phoenix tattoo itself was an ice attribute treasure, but Yang Kai couldn't control it at all, so he didn't know what would happen if it left his body. If it didn't come back, Su Yan's Phoenix Empress inheritance would be gone. Just as Yang Kai was worrying about this, his expression suddenly changed. In just a moment, the Ice Phoenix tattoo's movements had exceeded the scope of his suppression, and in the next moment, he felt something suddenly rush out of his body. Accompanied by a loud and clear phoenix cry, a crystalline white ice phoenix phantom, about 10 meters long, suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. In an instant, a pressure that caused all of them to pale suddenly pressed down from above. The expressions of Fei Ji too, and the others changed greatly, as they all stopped in their tracks, turning their heads to look at Yang Kai before looking up at the sky. With just a glance, Fei Ji too exclaimed, "An ancient divine spirit." The shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. This time, entering the ancient ruins to rescue Qian Tong was not a big deal, and in his imagination, it should not have been too difficult. But unexpectedly, after stepping onto this ice road, he first saw a legendary world spirit, and then an ancient divine spirit appeared out of thin air. These things were things that ordinary people would not be able to see even if they lived several lifetimes. They were existences that only existed in legends, but now they were popping up one after another. Even though Fei Jitu's cultivation was quite good, at this moment, his eyes were still wide open, and his mind was greatly shaken. The others were not much better off, all of them staring at the majestic ice phoenix with their mouths wide open, unable to speak for a long time, even forgetting to continue on their way. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he looked towards the ice phoenix with a worried expression, only to see that its body was both real and illusory. Although the pressure it was exuding was unstoppable, the energy fluctuations it was emitting were not strong at all. No, it's just a remnant soul. Fei Jitu also noticed this, and his expression couldn't help becoming better. If it really was an ancient divine spirit, There was no way it would be so weak. The only explanation was that it was just a remnant soul. But even so, it was still a remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. If it was given enough time, it may be able to recover. Even if it only recovered 10% of its original strength, it would still be comparable to an origin king. The moment this ice phoenix appeared, its pair of phoenix eyes stared at the giant eagle that was fighting with the artifact's spirit, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across its eyes as it cried out again. The giant eagle, on the other hand, seemed to have seen its nemesis, and in a state of panic, was burned black by the artifact's spirit, who had originally been at a disadvantage. Immediately, it resisted the artifact spirit's attack and rushed into the depths of the ice road without looking back. The ice phoenix spread its wings and turned into a stream of light, following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, both the ice phoenix and giant eagle disappeared. After the firebird artifact's spirit lost its opponent, it immediately flew back and transformed into a protective barrier around the group. The chill that had been invading this place was immediately blocked. The entire ice road fell silent, as everyone stared at Yang Kai with dumbfounded expressions. Yang Kai's face was gloomy as he stared silently in the direction the ice phoenix disappeared, no one knowing what he was thinking. After a long silence, Fei Jitu coughed dryly and asked hesitantly, "Yang Kai, is that ice phoenix remnant soul yours?" Although he had seen the ice phoenix appear with a flash of light from Yang Kai's body, even now he could not believe that Yang Kai actually possessed a remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. This little brat had an artifact spirit that would make anyone jealous. And he even had the remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. How heaven-defying did his luck have to be to obtain these two things? Yes, Yang Kai glanced at him. Although he felt that it was impossible for anyone here to have any ideas about the ice phoenix, he still held some vigilance in his heart and asked lightly, "City Lord Fei, do you know why this ice phoenix chased after that world spirit?" Even now, he still couldn't figure out why the ice phoenix had come out at this time. It didn't make sense to say that it was because of the chill in this place. Yang Kai had traveled extensively over the years and had been to more than just this ice road. The profound Een sunflower water and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were also filled with chill, but he had never seen the ice phoenix appear at that time. Chapter 1347. Fei Jitu chuckled, his attitude becoming much more amiable as he explained. "It's understandable that you don't understand. It's because ancient divine spirits like to devour world spirits of the same surname, and after devouring them, they are of great benefit to them. I can see that your ice phoenix remnant soul is extremely weak, and should be in urgent need of this world spirit to restore its strength. The ancient saint spirits, and the spirits of heaven and earth were natural enemies. However, you can rest assured that since the ice phoenix remnant soul is yours, after devouring the world spirit here, it will naturally return. So that's how it is." Yang Kai remained calm on the surface, but in reality, he was extremely anxious. Others might not know what the situation was, but Yang Kai was well aware that the Phoenix Empress inheritance was just a vessel for his body, a temporary residence, and did not belong to him. If not for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, the Phoenix Empress inheritance would not have left Tongxian realm with him, and would likely still be sealed in the Phoenix nest. However, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't point this out. It was impossible to know what a person's heart was, and if these people learned that the Ice Phoenix remnant soul didn't belong to him, they might become disloyal. However, after this incident, Yang Kai understood that Dragon Phoenix Palace's Dragon Emperor's great inheritance actually contained the remnant soul of an ancient divine spirit. No wonder it had such great power. It was not difficult to explain why the two tattoos on his body seemed to be alive and often wandered around the surface of his skin. The world spirit in the ice road wanted to devour everyone's vitality, but upon encountering its natural enemy, it fled in panic. As a result, the great stone weighing down everyone's hearts instantly disappeared, and the crisis was resolved. With the artifact spirit and the grand flame shield protecting them, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about being affected by the cold here. So he immediately accelerated his pace and rushed towards the end of the ice road. Halfway there, Yang Kai noticed that the cold air here was rapidly converging in a certain direction, greatly alleviating the daunting cold in a short time. A moment later, this abnormal movement disappeared, and from the corner of his eyes, a gorgeous and noble figure appeared and rushed straight towards him. Yang Kai was overjoyed as the Ice Phoenix remnant soul had really returned. Although he had always been worried, he was actually somewhat confident that the other party would not leave so easily. After all, it was considered the Phoenix Queen's inheritance, and he had the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, so it was somewhat resonant and attractive to him. For so many years, it had used its own body as a carrier and slept until now. Now there was no reason for it to leave. There was a flash of light, and the gigantic Ice Phoenix appeared above everyone's heads. It looked down with its cold and noble eyes, and no one dared to take a deep breath. A strange light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he said softly, "City Lord Fei, please open a gap in the fire-blocking dome." "Oh." Fei Jitu nodded quickly, and with a thought, a crack appeared in the Li fire barrier. At the same time, the artifact Spirit Firebird's protective barrier also opened up a gap. The Ice Phoenix's figure flickered and turned into a streak of white light, rushing straight into Yang Kai's body and disappearing. Although everyone was curious as to whether the Ice Phoenix had swallowed the world spirit, no one asked at this time. The most important thing now was to leave this ice road as soon as possible. Fortunately, the end was not far away, and after a few dozen breaths, everyone safely stepped into a palace. It was only at this moment that the chill lingering around them finally disappeared. Fei Jitu turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing his brow furrowed, he seemed to be examining himself, so Fei Jitu didn't bother him and simply said, "You rest here first, I'll go look for the mark left behind by old Qian. I'll inform you when I find it." Saying so, he walked to the side. Hearing this, the others naturally found a place to sit down cross-legged and began adjusting their breathing. Although they had not exerted much strength when crossing the ice road, they had still suffered a great deal of shock. This time, if it were not for the Ice Phoenix remnant soul appearing at the last moment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, while resisting the chill and the world spirit's attacks, everyone had consumed some of their strength, so they naturally had to seize this opportunity to recover. Yang Kai sat silently to the side, perceiving the situation in his body. Although the Phoenix Empress inheritance did not belong to him, since it existed in his body, he could investigate it. What surprised him though was that the Ice Phoenix remnant soul did not seem to have received much nourishment. Although he felt that it was indeed stronger than before, it was obviously not because it had swallowed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's world spirit. It had not been able to swallow the world spirit. Yang Kai immediately determined that it was only after absorbing the ice attribute energy in that place that such a change had occurred. This result did not surprise Yang Kai. First of all, the Ice Phoenix remnant soul was not too strong. It was just an inheritance, so it would not be able to play much of a role in his hands. Only by passing it to Su Yan would it be able to display its full power as Su Yan's strength improved. Secondly, since the ice attribute world spirit was born in the ice road, it would definitely be extremely familiar with the environment, so it should not have been difficult for it to avoid the Ice Phoenix. What a pity! Yang Kai sighed in his heart. If the Ice Phoenix remnant soul had really been able to swallow the world spirit, perhaps some unexpected changes would have occurred. At that time, if he had passed it to Su Yan, the benefits she would have obtained would have been even greater. Yang Kai did not intend to go back and find trouble with the world spirit. Although the Ice Phoenix was its natural enemy and nemesis, Yang Kai could not control it at all. Moreover, even a rabbit would bite if forced into a corner. With the world spirit's ability, if he really provoked it, it would be difficult to say who would emerge victorious. While everyone was meditating and resting, others would occasionally glance towards Yang Kai, a strong sense of envy hidden in the depths of their eyes. Even the taciturn Lian Guang was no exception. In this regard, Yang Kai pretended not to notice and continued meditating to restore himself. What they thought in their hearts was none of his business. As long as they did not provoke him, it was fine. Good. I found the mark left behind by old Qian. Follow me. Fei Jitu's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this, everyone stood up and moved closer to him. This hall did not occupy a large area, and after exiting the hall, they found themselves in a labyrinthine maze with many forks and intersecting paths. No one knew where each path led to, so just looking at it gave them a headache. Standing at the entrance of the maze, everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to proceed. Fei Jitu strode in, and seeing this, everyone had no choice but to follow. As they walked, Fei Jitu explained, although the message sent by old Qian was vague, it did mention this maze. There are no barriers or spirit arrays in this maze, only mechanisms. Mechanisms? Ning Xiangchen showed a look of surprise. Yes, mechanisms. Fei Jitu gently nodded. But don't underestimate these mechanisms. If you accidentally trigger one or two of them, even you and I may die here. Ning Xiangchen and the others' expressions changed slightly. As they were speaking though, several forks suddenly appeared in front of them. Fei Jitu stood at one of the forks and glanced back at Lian Guang. Lian boy, it's up to you. Lian Guang didn't say a word, simply waving his hand and summoning several rat-like puppets on the ground. Under Lian Guang's control, they split up and walked towards the forks, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, only now understanding why Fei Jitu wanted to bring Lian Guang, a Saint King Realm Master. It turned out that he wanted to use his puppets to explore the way. This was indeed a good idea. There were some places where it was inconvenient for a cultivator to explore, but Lian Guang's puppets didn't have such concerns, so even if they were lost, it wouldn't cause him any harm. After the rat-like puppets disappeared, Lian Guang closed his eyes, seemingly sensing something. A moment later, a squeaking sound came from the left side of the passage, causing Lian Guang's face to twitch slightly as a look of pain appeared on his face. Looking at the situation, the left passage was likely quite dangerous, so the puppet he had summoned was likely destroyed. A moment later, a slight sound came from the front of the passage, and Lian Guang opened his eyes at the same time. Right side. Fei Jitu nodded gently and led the way to the right. With Lian Guang's puppets leading the way, it was indeed a lot safer. Those rat-like puppets were useless in battle, but they were second to none when it came to finding a path. After sacrificing a total of 20 to 30 such puppets, the group passed through the maze safely. Along the way, they didn't encounter any danger. Lian Guang's face was gloomy to the extreme, and even a blind man could see his heartache. Although these puppets weren't too difficult to refine, each one consumed a lot of materials. 20 to 30 rat-like puppets had emptied Lian Guang's savings over the years. It would be strange if he was in a good mood. Don't worry, after we return, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Fei Jitu comforted him. With this promise, Lian Guang's complexion improved greatly. Brother Fei, let's not talk about this for now. What do you think we should do now? Ning Xiangchen frowned as he stared ahead. Fei Jitu heard this and turned his head, his expression suddenly becoming dazed. Because after passing through the maze, two arched round doors appeared in front of them, one black and one white, giving them a strange appearance. The white one seemed to be made of white jade, while the black one gave off a gloomy aura, a stark contrast. Behind the two arched round doors was a vast expanse of chaotic nothingness. Probing it with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't sense anything. On the surface, it looked like the surface of a lake unfathomable. A space array gate? Fei Jitu exclaimed in surprise. What, didn't Elder Qian tell you which array gate to use? Ning Xiangchen asked in amazement. If the message sent by Qian Tong contained this information, Fei Jitu wouldn't have reacted like this. The only explanation was that Fei Jitu didn't know. He didn't mention it. Fei Jitu slowly shook his head. How could that be? How could Elder Qian forget such an important matter? Ning Xiangchen exclaimed. Old Ghost Qian's message was sent in a hurry, so it's normal that he didn't mention it in time. Fei Jitu frowned, saying so before turning to Kai He and Du Cc and asking, Can you two crack it? Chapter 1348. The black and white arches formed a difficult choice in front of the crowd. Under normal circumstances, Most people would prefer to choose the white arches, because black always represented mystery and evil. But in this situation, it was somewhat unsuitable, because no one knew where these two arches led to. Perhaps one led to life and one led to death. Or perhaps neither. Fei Ji too could only pin his hopes on Kai He and Du Cc. Hearing this, the two array masters glanced at each other and revealed awkward expressions. Kai He said, "Although we have studied spirit arrays, we know nothing about the Tao of space, and have never come into contact with space array doors. However, in the Tao of spirit arrays, there are many variations, but the fundamentals remain the same. If Senior Fei is not worried, CC and I can study it, and see if we can find a suitable path." Fei Ji too gently nodded. "Good, don't worry, you two study it carefully, and let me know if you find anything." Kai He and Du Cc then stepped forward, threw out their array-breaking tools, and began studying the two space array entrances. The others were helpless, and could only sit or stand on guard. Even Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space, was powerless to help. The current situation was obvious. Both space array doors could be used, but no one knew where they led to, so they could only pin their hopes on Kai He and Du Cc. Unfortunately, although the two of them had been nurtured by their families since childhood, and were proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays, they had no idea where to start. At first, the two cooperated smoothly, but soon disagreements arose, and they began arguing in low voices. It seemed that one of them preferred to pass through the white space array door, while the other preferred to pass through the black space array door. Neither could convince the other, and there was no basis for their opinions. Although Kai He was interested in Du Cc, this was a matter of great importance, so he argued strongly and refused to back down. Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Although these two's attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were already quite good, compared to Yang Yan, they were still far behind. When Yang Kai encountered those spirit arrays before, he had already noticed it. If Yang Yan had been the one to crack those spirit arrays, she would have been able to find the array cores in less than a minute. But these two worked together and wasted a lot of time. If Yang Yan were here, what would she choose? Yang Kai squinted at the two space array cores and smiled, secretly thinking that if Yang Yan encountered this situation, she would most likely choose the black one. The reason was that this girl wore a black robe all day long, covering her entire face. Obviously, she had a special fondness for the color black. Just as his thoughts were running wild, a huge suction force suddenly came from the black and white space array gate. A huge vortex appeared on the surface of the space array gate that was as calm as the surface of a lake, taking on the shape of a funnel. The suction force came from these two vortexes. It seemed that the array-breaking tools arranged by Kai He and Du Cc had some kind of influence on the two space array doors, causing them to spontaneously react. The strength of this suction force caused everyone to pale, because when this suction force appeared, everyone felt their bodies being uncontrollably drawn towards the black and white space array doors. Fei Ji too and the others shouted again and again as they desperately pushed their Saint Qi, but they were still unable to resist this suction. Seeing themselves approaching the black and white space array doors step by step, Fei Ji too hurriedly asked, "Kai boy, Du girl, have you made the right choice?" Kai He and Du Cc both looked panicked at this moment. They were already in the middle of a quarrel, so how could they reach a consensus in such a short time? As a result, each of them chose a different color. When Fei Ji too heard this, he immediately knew that he couldn't count on them, but he didn't blame them. It was just that he hadn't expected such a strange thing to happen here. "We can't resist it," Ning Xiangchen shouted, tactfully choosing to give up, turning his head and saying, "Brother Fei, this old master will take his leave first." As soon as his voice fell, he rushed towards the white space array door and disappeared into it in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the old woman was also sucked towards the black space array door. Seeing Ning Xiangchen rush towards the other space array door, she immediately struggled, but to her despair, she couldn't break free from the suction of the black space array door, and was sucked into it with a cry of alarm. In the blink of an eye, two origin returning realm masters had been sucked into different space array doors, causing everyone to look at each other in confusion, not knowing what choice to make. Moreover, at this moment, even if they wanted to make a choice, they were powerless. Cultivator 1 and Feiji 2 were also pulled towards the white space array door. Seeing that they were powerless to resist, Feiji 2 grit his teeth and shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, he and Cultivator 1 both entered the white space array door. Before the two of them entered though, Lian Guang had already disappeared. Everyone was in a hurry, so no one noticed him at all, nor did they know which array door he had been sucked into. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was further away, was still struggling to hold on while Kai He and Du Cc, with the help of the array-breaking tools they had scattered before, were able to resist a little. Seeing that most people had rushed into the white space array door, Du Cc grit her teeth, twisted her waist, and was about to follow behind everyone, but she was pulled back by Kai He, who hurriedly said, "This way is the right way." Du Cc didn't even have time to get angry before she and Kai He were sucked into the black array door. At this moment, Yang Kai finally arrived at the two array doors. Staring at the different colored array doors, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he muttered in a low voice, "Yang Inflammation. Oh, Yang Inflammation, don't try to trick me." Saying so, he took the initiative to approach the black array door. In the next moment, he was swallowed by the array door. After a moment of dizziness, Yang Kai found himself in another place. Before he could take a closer look at his surroundings, Du Cc's scolding and Kai He's apology reached his ears. Fortunately, there was no danger in this place, and everyone had been transmitted together. Yang Kai felt a little relieved, and immediately released his divine sense to explore his surroundings. This place was also a palace-like place, but it was completely empty. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The reason why he chose the black space array door was not entirely because Yang Inflammation preferred it. Yang Kai also had some considerations. Although acting together with most of the masters would undoubtedly increase their safety, no one could say for sure what would happen behind the two array doors. Therefore, it didn't matter what choice he made at that time. Moreover, Kai He, an array master, could play a huge role in this place. Since they had entered the black array door, Yang Kai was naturally willing to follow. He didn't want to fall into some kind of spirit array and be helpless. "Stop arguing," the old woman, who had arrived first, shouted, interrupting Du Cc's scolding of Kai He. After glaring at her with a cold expression, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Where are the others?" "They all went to the other side. I was the last to arrive." Yang Kai glanced around and didn't see Lian Guang's figure, immediately understanding that he should have entered the other array door. "What?" The old woman's expression changed slightly, seemingly not expecting that she would be separated from the others. Looking at Yang Kai and the other two juniors, she couldn't help feeling sad. At this time, she was the one with the highest strength, so if they encountered any danger, she would be the one to deal with it. Naturally, she felt pressured. However, when she thought of Yang Kai's artifact spirit's might, the old woman's expression relaxed slightly. She didn't expect much from the two array masters in this battle, but Yang Kai would be a big help. After pondering for a moment, the old woman said, "Let's ignore the situation on their side for now. Little girl Du, this old woman feels that our choice shouldn't be wrong." Although Du Cc was intimidated by the old woman, and didn't dare to blame Kai He for taking the initiative to bring her here, she was still unconvinced when she heard the old woman's words. "How so?" "At the very least, this place is very safe. City Lord Fei and the others may not be so peaceful, so don't blame Kai boy. He only acted out of goodwill." And Du Cc nodded somewhat unwillingly, still feeling that following the majority of the masters would be safer. The old woman frowned, thought for a while, then turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Little friend Yang, what do you think we should do now?" She was actually asking for Yang Kai's opinion. Yang Kai chuckled, cupped his fists and said, "Senior is too polite. Junior is still young and his experience is not as profound as Senior's. As for how we should act, Senior can just give the order, Junior will obey." These words made the old woman feel comfortable, and the wrinkles on her face relaxed slightly, but she still smiled and said, "Good, let's leave this place first." Kai He and Du Cece naturally didn't have any objections, so the three Saint King Realm Juniors followed the old woman out of the sealed palace. As soon as they set foot outside, everyone's eyes lit up. The outside world was basically the same as what they had seen when they first arrived at the ancient ruins. Flower beds were everywhere, and there were rare and exotic flowers and plants growing healthily in the flower beds. However, the scene that entered their eyes was slightly different from before. For example, there were many fake mountains here. Young Kai's nose suddenly twitched as a look of surprise appeared on his face. At the same time, the old woman and the two array masters also discovered something and couldn't help exchanging a glance, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. This was because there was a refreshing aroma floating in the air. This aroma could not be faked, and was not an illusion. This also meant that there should be something good at the source of the aroma. Considering all this, everyone's heart began to heat up. It seems you've also discovered it. The old woman smiled lightly. Let's go and see what good things are here. But be careful, lest we fall into some kind of spirit array again. Chapter 1349. Unexpectedly, the group moved cautiously along the way, but did not encounter any danger. After spending half an hour or so, they finally found the source of the fragrance. It was actually a place where a rockery was located. The rockery was more than 100 feet tall and was rugged. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it looked like a single piece. Yang Kai squinted at this rockery, and his expression changed slightly. He found that the material of this rockery was also a rare artifact refining material. If he took it out, he would definitely be able to refine a few powerful artifacts. Unfortunately, this rockery was simply too big. Even if a third-order origin returning realm master came here, they would not be able to take it away, causing many people to sigh. Below the rockery, there was a pool that covered an area of less than 3 feet. At this moment, the pool was filled with water that was about half a finger high. However, the water was not so clear that one could see the bottom. Instead, it was milky white. The aroma that everyone smelled came from this pool. Directly above the pool, there were some traces of liquid flowing through it, so it was obvious that the pool water here had flowed from some unknown place. This place had been abandoned for countless years, but it had still accumulated such a small amount of pool water. It was obvious that the speed at which it had accumulated was extremely slow. The old woman stared at the half-finger deep pool water with a dignified expression that fluctuated from time to time. Excitement, joy, surprise, and hesitation flashed across her face. Could this be 10,000-year stone milk? Kai He exclaimed. Is it really 10,000-year stone milk? Du Cece also jumped up. Although they had never seen 10,000-year stone milk before, they had all heard of its name. 10,000-year stone milk was extremely rare, but it had many incredible effects. It was said that if it was used in alchemy, it could be used to refine healing medicines that could bring the dead back to life. This was a rare treasure for any cultivator. At first, Yang Kai also thought that this was 10,000-year stone milk. After all, the appearance and shape of this pool of water were very similar to the rumors, almost exactly the same. However, after taking a closer look, he felt that something was not quite right. It was rumored that 10,000-year stone milk was milky white with a hint of gold. But this pool of water was only milky white. If this isn't 10,000-year stone milk, then what is it? Although Yang Kai was an alchemist and had read a lot of ancient books about herbs and pill recipes, he did not think he could identify the best medicines in the world. He could not help turning his eyes to the old woman, hoping that she could recognize this pool of water. The old woman's expression fluctuated as she pondered for a long time before letting out a sigh and saying, "Whether this is 10,000-year stone milk or not, we'll know after trying." As he spoke, he extended a finger and dipped it into the pool of water. Then he placed it into his mouth. In the next moment, the old woman's eyes suddenly widened, and an unfathomable vitality burst out from her aged body, causing her old face to turn red as if she was weeping blood. Her wrinkles and wrinkles and wrinkles, wrinkles and her wrinkles and wrinkles. In less than a dozen breaths of time, the old woman's demeanor had returned to normal, But she was very different from before. She seemed to have become much younger all of a sudden. Although she still looked like an old woman, she was much better than before. The three Saint King Realm Masters were dumbfounded. The old woman also couldn't believe her own transformation, and quickly took out a mirror from her space ring, and held it in front of her eyes. Stroking her cheeks with her hand, after seeing the changes in her appearance, her old eyes flashed with tears and her body trembled violently. Yang Kai and the others did not disturb her, and instead stood aside, waiting for her to calm down, hoping she could give them an explanation. After a while, the old woman chuckled and gently nodded. So that's how it is. Senior, what kind of medicine is this? It actually has such a miraculous effect, Kai he asked anxiously. What kind of medicine is this? The old woman glanced over at him. This isn't some kind of medicine, it's an extinct treasure. When she said this, Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he secretly pushed his Saint Chi, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. As the saying goes, people die in pursuit of wealth while birds die in pursuit of food. Although this old woman had shown him goodwill along the way, if this thing in front of her was too precious, it was difficult to guarantee she wouldn't have thoughts of killing him and snatching it. There were only 4 of them here, and she was the one with the strongest strength. Judging from her reaction just now, this pool of water was more than enough for her to take a risk. Yang Kai even saw a strange light flash across her eyes. The other party obviously had such thoughts, but for some reason, she didn't take action in the end. Under Kai He's repeated questioning, the old woman slowly said, "Have you ever heard of the 3 great divine waters in the Star Territory?" 3 great divine waters? Kai He and Du Cc were both confused. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. It seems little friend Yang has heard of them. The old woman observed Yang Kai's expression and smiled. I've heard of them occasionally, but I don't know what these 3 great divine waters are, Yang Kai replied honestly. He had indeed heard of the 3 great divine waters when he was in the Luoyan Desert. Soul-cleansing divine water was one of them. Soul-cleansing divine water could cleanse a cultivator's soul and greatly enhance their soul cultivation. However, the conditions for the formation of this divine water were extremely difficult. First, there had to be a spirit spring or spirit spring nearby, and then an Origin King Realm Master had to die nearby. The soul of the dead Origin King Realm Master had to fuse with the spirit spring and undergo countless years of transformation before there was a chance for soul-cleansing divine water to form. At that time, in the Luoyan Desert, Yang Kai had obtained many benefits from soul-cleansing divine water, allowing his soul-warming lotus to evolve to 7 colors and giving birth to his blossoming lotus secret technique. At that time, he had heard people talk about the 3 great divine waters and was about to ask Yang Yin about them when he returned, but he had forgotten. Now that he heard the old woman mention the 3 great divine waters, Yang Kai naturally paid attention. Could this be one of the 3 great divine waters? Yang Kai asked in surprise. If this old woman's judgment is not wrong, this is the life-revitalizing jade cream of the 3 great divine waters. The old woman shouted, "Life-revitalizing jade cream." The 3 Saint King Realm Masters were all shocked. Although they did not know how precious this life-revitalizing jade cream was, since it was one of the 3 great divine waters of the Star Territory, and they had witnessed the changes the old woman had undergone. How could the 3 of them not understand that this was indeed an invaluable treasure? Ha ha, the old woman chuckled. The old woman chuckled. We're really lucky to have actually found the life-revitalizing jade cream here. This is a great opportunity that's hard to come by even in hundreds of thousands of years. Senior, what is the use of this life-revitalizing jade cream? Kai he asked excitedly. There are countless uses, but of course, its greatest use is to enhance a cultivator's vitality and even extend their life. This old woman just tasted a little bit of this life-revitalizing jade cream and felt like she had become several years younger. If I can refine more of this life-revitalizing jade cream, restoring my youth won't be an extravagant hope. Compared to the 10,000-year stone milk, this life-revitalizing jade cream is far superior. As the old woman spoke, her expression became extremely excited. Because of her limited aptitude, She had been stuck in the First Order origin returning realm for so many years, and now that her lifespan was approaching its end, she felt that her cultivation would stop here. How could she have known that this time she would discover a heaven-defying treasure, like this life-revitalizing jade cream? As a result, not only could she restore her youthful appearance, but she could also greatly extend her lifespan, giving her plenty of time to break through her bottleneck and perhaps even stand at the peak of Shadowed Star. After listening to her explanation, how could Yang Kai and the others not understand how precious this life-revitalizing jade cream was? On Shadowed Star, a cultivator's cultivation could only reach the Third Order origin returning realm at most, and their lifespan was also limited to the peak of this realm. Many talented cultivators died of depression, unable to break through their shackles, but if they could obtain some life-revitalizing jade cream that could increase their lifespan, it would help them achieve their dreams. Once such a treasure was leaked, it would likely cause all the masters on Shadowed Star to go crazy over it. Thinking so, all four of them fell silent. The old woman glanced at the three juniors and said, "Regarding this matter, I hope you can keep it a secret. Even if you return to the family, it's best not to let irrelevant people know about it." "Junior understands." Kai He and Du Cece responded in unison. Yang Kai also nodded. How could he not understand the importance of this matter? Naturally, he didn't want to cause any trouble for himself. "By the way, Senior, you just mentioned the three great divine waters. What are the other two?" Kai He asked humbly. Of course, he wasn't willing to let go of such an opportunity to broaden his horizons. Although each of the three great divine waters was extremely difficult to obtain, since he had obtained one, perhaps he would also have a chance to obtain the other two in the future. Hearing this, the old woman said, "The other two are equally valuable and are treasures that only appear once every 100,000 years. One of them is the soul-cleansing divine water. I heard that it appeared a few years ago." "It appeared," Kai He and Du Cece exclaimed. "And it appeared in the Lu Yin Sand field. If you hadn't entered it, you wouldn't have known. Unfortunately, origin returning realm masters couldn't enter the Lu Yin Sand field. Otherwise, this old woman might have had a chance to obtain one or two." "What about the last one?" Du Cece also asked. "The last one, is the immortal source liquid." The old woman showed a look of fascination as she slowly explained. Soul-cleansing divine water can help a cultivator cleanse their soul and enhance their soul's cultivation, while life-revitalizing jade cream can increase one's lifespan and enhance one's vitality. This immortal source liquid can help a cultivator strengthen their physical body and is the best treasure for tempering one's physical body. If one has a heaven-defying opportunity and can refine the legendary immortal divine tree into one's body, one can achieve an immortal and indestructible body. Immortal divine tree? Yang Kai's expression changed. When he heard the old woman say that the immortal source liquid could temper his physique, he was greatly interested. Although he had the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art in his hands, and could achieve an immortal and indestructible body if he cultivated it to its peak, he had never cultivated it before, so he didn't know how effective it would be. On top of that, he was still missing 2 of the 5 elements materials, so it wouldn't be easy to obtain them. Now that the immortal divine tree had such a miraculous effect, of course he was interested. It was just that he didn't know what the relationship between the immortal divine tree and the immortal source liquid was. But since the old woman mentioned it, there must be a reason. Chapter 1350. Kai He and Du Cece also listened attentively from the side. The old woman pondered for a moment before continuing. It is said that the immortal divine tree is a strange tree that has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. It is immortal and indestructible, existing alongside the heavens and earth. The immortal source liquid is its sap, but according to rumor, some immortal source liquid has been obtained by some heaven-defying cultivators. But no one has ever seen the immortal divine tree, so whether it really exists or not, this old woman does not know. So it's like that. Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If this was really the case, then cultivating the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art would be more reliable. Even if the description of the 5 elements' indestructible sword tempering art was somewhat exaggerated, it was still a good body tempering secret art. After cultivating it, it would definitely be of great help to one's body. On the other hand, the immortal source liquid and the immortal divine tree only existed in an illusory world. Good. Let's stop talking about the 3 great divine waters here. Let's first divide up this life-revitalizing jade cream. The old woman waved her hand, her expression becoming dignified as she turned to the 3 Saint Kings and said, "This old woman won't bully the weak or take advantage of you juniors. How about we divide the life-revitalizing jade cream here equally?" Kai He and Du Cece looked at each other, and both nodded happily. Young Kai naturally had no objections. The old woman immediately took out a few jade bottles and began to remove the life-revitalizing jade cream from the pool. The entire process was carried out under the eyes of the 3 Saint Kings, so the old woman didn't use any tricks. She simply divided the pool of life-revitalizing jade cream into 4 equal portions, 1 for each of them. Keep everything safe, but after you go back, you must never reveal it to anyone unrelated to you. The old woman warned again with a serious expression. Yes, Kai He and Du Cece both held the life-revitalizing jade cream in their hands. Their faces flushed red as they carefully stored the jade bottles into their space rings. Having obtained such a precious treasure, no matter who it was, they felt that this trip had not been made in vain. Du Cece also had no reason to blame Kai He for taking the initiative to bring her to the Black Space Array Gate, instead feeling some gratitude in her heart. If it weren't for Kai He, she likely would have missed out on such a precious treasure. Let's go. Let's find a way out. The old woman seemed to be in a good mood, and after saying this, she led the 3 Saint Kings away. Kai Yang had been silent the entire time. Only when he was about to leave did he turn around to look at the rockery, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Since the life-revitalizing jade cream was known as one of the 3 great divine waters, logically speaking, its effects shouldn't be so limited. The old woman had tested it just now, and it had only made her a few years younger. This clearly didn't make sense. On top of that, the old woman's request to divide the life-revitalizing jade cream into 4 parts also puzzled young Kai. With her strength and age, she could have gotten a bigger share. Even if she had made such a request, young Kai believed that Kai He and Du Cece would not have refused, and he would not have objected to it either. However, the old woman only asked for a quarter, which made her seem very generous. When he thought of the traces of liquid flowing on the rockery, young Kai secretly felt that the pool of life-revitalizing jade cream they had discovered might not be pure life-revitalizing jade cream. Perhaps it was a diluted product that had flowed here from somewhere else. If they could follow the direction of the flow, they might be able to find more pure life-revitalizing jade cream. If this was really the case, then the old woman's actions were very easy to explain. She had most likely also noticed this point, so she had divided the life-revitalizing jade cream equally. She wanted to stabilize the situation first, while she planned to find another time to explore this place again. This wasn't impossible. Considering all this, young Kai's mouth curled into a smile. Others might have such thoughts, but he couldn't help thinking the same. After all, monopolizing a good thing would give him a greater sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Of course, this was just his own guess. Whether this was the case or not had yet to be verified. About a day later, the group of 4 gathered again and reported their findings one by one. After exploring for half a day, everyone found that there really wasn't any danger in this place, so they decided to split up and search for a way out. After spending another half a day, they finally gathered here. After telling each other about their findings, young Kai immediately understood that the place they were in now was a semi-enclosed place that occupied a large area. Besides the life-revitalizing jade cream they had discovered earlier, there were no other treasures worthy of their attention. Moreover, there weren't many exits. The only exit was found by Kai He. After young Kai explained the situation on the other side, the old woman said thoughtfully, "So we can only leave this place through that exit? Boy Kai, is there anything worth paying attention to there?" Replying to Senior's question, There is only one thing worth paying attention to. In front of the exit, there is a human-shaped statue that is over 100 meters tall. It looks fierce and repulsive. It is standing there, and the exit is under its crotch. A human-shaped statue? The old woman frowned. Yes, other than that, there is nothing suspicious. The old woman nodded lightly. Since that's the case, let's go take a look first. After some discussion, the four of them set off towards the location he had discovered. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at their destination. He pointed to the front and said, "Senior, that is the exit I found." Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing and couldn't help smiling happily, because there was indeed a round door in front of them. It was dark and bottomless, and when they tried to probe it with their divine senses, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Impossible to see what was inside. In front of the round door, there really was a statue that was more than 100 meters tall with a ferocious face. Its legs were spread apart, and the round door was under its crotch. This scene made everyone smile wryly. Although it was just a statue, passing through its crotch made everyone feel a little uncomfortable. Moreover, whether or not there was anything strange about this statue still needed to be investigated. The old woman didn't say anything, and instead released her divine sense to carefully explore the statue. Yang Kai also did the same. After a long time, the old woman withdrew her divine sense and whispered, "This statue doesn't seem to have any problems. There are no fluctuations from any barriers or spirit arrays, but everyone should be careful. Since the statue exists here, it must have some kind of trick. Don't be careless." The several Saint King Realm Juniors naturally nodded, all of them raising their vigilance. The barriers of this ancient ruin were so well hidden that even Fei Ji too sometimes couldn't detect them. If not for this, everyone wouldn't have been trapped in this spirit array when they first entered this place. This statue may have triggered some kind of barrier or mechanism. The old woman's eyes flashed with a dignified light as she opened her mouth and spat out a yellow light. This light flashed and wrapped around her body. It was unknown what kind of strange artifact this was, but it seemed to be quite sturdy. With this strange artifact protecting her, the old woman's expression relaxed slightly as she slowly said, "This old woman will lead the way. All of you follow closely." Yang Kai and the others also quickly summoned their own defensive artifacts and followed closely behind the old woman. A moment later, the old woman walked a few dozen meters in front of the round gate. During this process, she had been carefully inspecting her surroundings in case of any accidents. Most of her attention focused on the statue. But up until now, nothing unexpected had occurred, and she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. After all, they hadn't encountered any danger since they entered this area, and she thought to herself that this place was probably really safe to the extreme. However, she didn't relax just because of this, and instead became even more vigilant. After walking a dozen steps forward, nothing happened. The old woman sneered, and was about to say something when a faint sound suddenly came from the humanoid statue, standing in front of her. Hearing this sound, everyone's expression changed drastically. The old woman's reaction was even faster, her figure flickering and leaving behind only an afterimage as she quickly retreated. But what happened next terrified her. While she was in midair, a huge palm came from the side with lightning speed and grabbed her in the palm. She didn't even have the chance to dodge. "Senior!" He exclaimed, his eyes trembling violently. Yang Kai also showed a look of shock as he cried out, "A puppet!" At this moment, the originally motionless human-shaped statue actually started to move. Moreover, its eyes were emitting a dark red light. It looked extremely frightening. Its seemingly clumsy and huge body was moving at a speed that caused one to be intimidated by just looking at it. Yang Kai, who was following behind the old woman, clearly saw what had just happened. The moment the humanoid statue made that sound, it waved its big hand. Although the old woman's reaction was fast, she was still caught. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time Yang Kai reflexively jumped away, the old woman had already been captured. As a cultivator of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, who had been immersed in this realm for many years, The old woman's means were far superior to those of ordinary origin returning realm masters. Pushing her Saint Chi desperately, she stretched out her hand and condensed a huge blade that slashed towards the puppet's hand that was grabbing her body. The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as sparks flew. The old woman was dumbfounded because the puppet's big hand was actually unscathed, not even leaving a mark on it. Seemingly because of this blow, the huge puppet became enraged and a red light flashed across its eyes as it tightened its grip on the old woman's body. The old woman's face went ashen as a second-order origin returning realm strength burst forth from her withered body, and she struggled violently. However, it was useless as the big hand was like an iron hoop that tightly bound her body. No matter how she pushed her Saint Chi to struggle, it was useless. Kacha. A desperate sound rang out as the yellow barrier the old woman had arranged before was unable to withstand the strength of the puppet's giant hand and began to crack at an extremely fast speed. In the next moment, it collapsed and transformed back into a bead-shaped artifact before falling to the ground and disintegrating into dust. This defensive artifact had been directly destroyed. Chapter 1351. With the artifact protecting her body destroyed, the old woman's withered body was directly exposed to the giant hand of the puppet. As the giant hand tightened, the sound of bones breaking rang out, making everyone's hair stand on end. After struggling for a moment, the old woman realized that she could not get out of the current predicament with her strength, and a trace of panic and horror flashed across the depths of her eyes. Turning her head to Yang Kai and the others, she shouted, "Save me!" As soon as her voice fell, a muffled thud rang out. The old woman suddenly exploded, blood splashing everywhere as her head fell from the sky, a look of disbelief and unwillingness still lingering in her eyes. Although she had long been on guard against this humanoid statue, she had never thought that it wasn't a mechanism to trigger the restriction, but a real puppet. It was even a puppet that could move without being controlled, which was completely illogical. If Lian Guang was here, he might be able to see some clues. However, none of the four people here knew anything about puppets. They never thought that there would be such puppets in these ancient ruins. What's more, this puppet was not an ordinary one. Being able to crush a first-order origin returning realm expert to death, its ferocity could be imagined. The moment the old woman died, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with determination. Staring at the round door under its crotch, his figure flickered, and he rushed over. No matter why this puppet was standing here, Yang Kai did not want to be entangled with it any longer. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. His speed was very fast, but the puppet's reaction was also extremely fast. After crushing the old woman, its red eyes stared at Yang Kai, and an extremely dangerous aura shrouded him. Yang Kai's expression changed, and as he urged his divine sense, the purple shield he had summoned immediately surged with a large amount of sand, turning into a sandstorm that protected his body. Faintly, Yang Kai saw a flash of light in the giant puppet's hand, and immediately, a thick shadow smashed towards him. Before it really hit, Yang Kai felt that his breathing was a little irregular. It was as if the whole world was covered by this shadow, and he couldn't help but have a feeling that there was no way to avoid it. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai pushed the power of the purple shield to its maximum, while at the same time pushing his Saint Chi to form a solid barrier around his body. Hong. With a loud bang. The sandstorm surrounding the purple shield collapsed under this blow, and was directly broken. The purple shield itself flashed, and was sent flying by the tremendous force. The next moment, Yang Kai felt his Saint Chi protection collapse, and his body tremble, as he was sent flying backwards uncontrollably. His chi and blood surged as he spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood, which then turned into a blood mist. Rumble! Yang Kai was sent flying for over 300 meters before his body slammed into a flower bed. The flower bed was smashed into pieces, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Even now, Yang Kai hadn't been able to clearly see what his opponent had used to attack him. All he knew was that a thick shadow had swept towards him, and all his resistance had been futile. Falling into the ruins of the flower bed, Yang Kai coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood before breathing a sigh of relief. Forcing himself to stand up, he stared towards the other side with some lingering fear. He had never suffered such a big loss before, so the depression in his heart could be imagined. If it weren't for the purple shield blocking that attack for him, his injuries would have been even more serious. Even so, his internal organs had been instantly displaced, causing him great pain all over his body, making him feel as if his bones were about to fall apart. This both shocked and angered him. Looking up, after seeing the situation in front of him, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming dumbfounded. At this moment, the puppet was still standing in place, as if it had never moved in the first place. Kai He and Du Cece, who were standing in front of it, were both pale as if they had been struck dumb. They raised their heads to look at this terrifying existence, but the puppet didn't seem to care about them at all. It didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. In front of the puppet, however, was a huge stick, which it was currently holding in its giant palm. Calling it a stick would not be appropriate. It was more like a powerful stick-type artifact. Its entire body was pitch black, and Yang Kai did not know what material it was made of. It was more than a dozen meters long, and as thick as a water barrel. It looked extremely terrifying. Yang Kai immediately understood that the shadow that had attacked him just now was this giant black stick. Where did this thing come from? A trace of surprise flashed across the depths of Yang Kai's eyes. There was no such thing in front of the puppet before, but when he tried to rush out of the round door, Yang Kai did vaguely see a flash of light in the puppet's hand. Could it have taken it out at that time? Even from 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai could feel an oppressive aura coming from the giant stick. Moreover, there were several strange characters engraved on the giant stick. These characters were the same ones everyone had seen when they first entered this ancient ruin, but no one knew what they were. Lightly coughing a few times, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the puppet in a daze. Discovering that it had no intention of pursuing them, he couldn't help feeling relieved. It was only now that Kai He and Du Cece seemed to have recovered. Kai He looked towards Du Cece with a trembling body and whispered, "Cece, retreat." Du Cece's pretty face was completely pale, as if she had not yet recovered from the blow of the old woman's death. Hearing this, she glanced towards Kai He and 2 drops of tears fell uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. She was terrified. Although she had encountered some dangers before, it was not as shocking as this time. The moment the old woman was crushed into a bloody mist, she saw it with her own eyes. The old woman's head was still on the ground, and her eyes were wide open as she stared in her direction, as if blaming her for not saving her. Such a huge mental blow caused her to completely lose her composure. She simply didn't know what to do. Even though she heard Kai He's warning, she still couldn't take a step forward. She was afraid that if she moved, she would be killed. When Kai He saw this, he was naturally anxious. Although the puppet seemed to only be guarding the exit, who knew if it would suddenly attack? He didn't want to see the person he liked die in front of him and follow in the old woman's footsteps. In a moment of desperation, Kai He's figure flickered, and he rushed over to Du Cece's side, grabbed her, and turned back without looking back. It wasn't until he returned to Yang Kai's side that Kai He's body softened, and he collapsed to the ground. This short distance of 1,000 feet seemed to have exhausted all of his strength. His face was frighteningly pale, and his teeth were constantly chattering, making cracking sounds. Du Cece wasn't much better off. Her fear had caused her to lose her composure. Her beautiful eyes filled with panic and horror. Although this old woman was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, when she was alive, she still gave Du Cece a sense of support. But now that she was dead, there were only 3 Saint Kings left, making Du Cece feel as if she had lost someone she could rely on. Yang Kai's face was also gloomy. He had just been struck by the giant stick and had not yet recovered. Fortunately, he had his golden blood, which gave him a powerful restorative ability. If it had been someone else, they would have needed to rest for at least a few months to recover. After swallowing a few healing pills, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged to adjust his breathing. In any case, stabilizing his injuries was the most important thing. As for how to leave this place, that could only be discussed at length. Half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and silently examined his own condition. Although his injuries had not yet healed, they shouldn't affect his ability to fight. Kai He and Du Cc, after half a day of adjustment, were also in much better condition. But Du Cc's eyes were a little red and swollen, and her expression was somewhat sluggish. Although Kai He's condition was not as bad, a trace of despair and helplessness could be seen in his eyes. After all, that puppet had killed the origin-returning realm old woman with a single blow, so with it guarding the round door, Kai He did not think he and the others could pass through safely. Glancing at the two of them, Yang Kai frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, simply waving his hand and summoning the purple shield that had been sent flying back to him. Yang Kai examined it for a moment, and found that there was actually a dent on the purple shield, and a 2-finger-wide crack on its surface, indicating that it had lost a lot of its spirituality. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some lingering fear. This purple shield was the product of Yang Yan's refinement, and had reached the origin grade high rank. As a defensive artifact, its toughness could be imagined. Even so, after being hit by the giant black stick, it had actually become like this. It was easy to imagine how terrifying that blow was. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai put away the purple shield, planning to have Yang Yan repair it when he returned. Immediately after, he stood up and stared at the giant puppet 1,000 meters away, a dignified expression on his face, as he walked over step by step. Brother Yang. Seeing this, Kai He's complexion changed slightly as he hurriedly called out, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to test its abilities." Yang Kai turned around and replied, "Test?" Kai He's expression froze as he asked in amazement, "Isn't this a bit too hasty?" He had seen the old woman die tragically at the hands of this puppet, so naturally, he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. The difference in strength between Yang Kai and the old woman was simply too great, so it was likely he wouldn't be able to return alive. "Can you stop messing around?" Du Cc, who had been staring blankly up until now, suddenly shivered and screamed, "It has finally calmed down. Why are you trying to provoke it? Do you want all of us to die here?" Yang Kai glanced at her coldly. Du Cc's eyes suddenly became evasive, as if she didn't dare to look him in the eye, explaining anxiously, "That senior is already dead. If you die too, what will Kai He and I do?" Although she had a high opinion of herself, and didn't put any cultivator of the same generation in her eyes, in the current situation, the more people there were, the more secure she felt. She didn't care much about Yang Kai. She just didn't want to see any more casualties on her side. If that happened, she would feel even less secure. Yang Kai said coldly, "Then in your opinion, what should we do?" Du Cc immediately nodded, not giving any good suggestions. Chapter 1352. Kai He thought about it for a moment and smiled bitterly. When the old woman was still alive, the four of them had carefully searched this place. Apart from the exit guarded by the puppet, there were no other exits. In other words, if they wanted to leave, they could only go through the round door. Unless they stayed here and waited for Fei Ji 2 and the others to rescue them, no one could say for sure. Whether or not Fei Ji 2 and the others could find this place was another matter. If they stayed here, they would only be waiting for death. Instead of waiting, it was better to take a risk. If they were lucky, they might be able to find a way to leave this place. Although the hope was not great, it was better than waiting forever. Thinking of this, Kai He's expression became firm and he nodded to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, I will go with you. Although this Kai is not very good at fighting, it is always better to have more people." Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "No need. I just want to test its ability. For the time being, I don't need Brother Kai to take action. Once I test it out, we will find a way to leave this place together." "That's good, but Brother Yang, you must be careful," Kai He nervously exhorted. Yang Kai nodded solemnly and approached the puppet with full vigilance. Kai He and Du Cc both stood in place and watched nervously. Half an hour later, Yang Kai ran back with a gloomy face. This round of probing had forced him to use all of his means, but with his strength far exceeding that of a cultivator in the same realm. He didn't make any major mistakes, and didn't suffer too much of a loss at the hands of the puppet. He had only been grazed by the puppet's giant stick, and now half of his body was still numb. Kai He and Du Cece watched Yang Kai from beginning to end. When Yang Kai returned, the two's eyes could not help but become filled with awe. This was because Yang Kai's test just now was like an experiment with his own life. Many times, the two thought that Yang Kai would definitely die, but they did not expect that he would be able to find a way to survive every time. After watching for half an hour, the two of them were even more tired than Yang Kai, feeling as if time had passed like years, their palms and backs covered in sweat. However, from this, the two of them were able to see that Yang Kai was not an ordinary Saint King realm cultivator. The various methods he displayed were incredibly powerful and unpredictable. Even an origin returning realm master might not necessarily possess such ability. How could Kai He and Du Si dare to underestimate Yang Kai? After returning, Yang Kai did not say a word, and simply took out a few healing pills before sitting cross-legged. After a full day, Yang Kai exhaled gently and opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing across them. It seemed that he had recovered. Kai He and Du Si, who had been waiting nearby, saw this and quickly approached him, looking at him expectantly. Hearing this, Kai He and Du Si's eyes lit up as a look of joy appeared on both of their faces. Kai He even sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai and anxiously said, "How can we get rid of this puppet? Please advise us, Brother Yang. Cici and I will cooperate fully." "Get rid of it." Yang Kai showed a strange look before smiling. "It's impossible to get rid of it. You saw it when I tested it before. Although it's huge, it moves like the wind and is extremely fast. If it was just me alone, I might have a chance to get rid of it. But with the two of you, it's absolutely impossible." It wasn't that Yang Kai was looking down on them, but that he was simply speaking the truth. Even if Yang Kai used his full strength, and used his wind and thunder wings to increase his speed, he would only have a small chance of breaking through the puppet's blockade. Previously, when he was experimenting with this puppet's ability, he had tried to bypass it many times to reach the round door. But every time he had been forced back by it. This puppet seemed to hold great hostility towards any living creature that tried to pass through the round door, killing them without mercy. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Du Ci's pretty face changed and she immediately shouted, "You can't just leave us behind." She instinctively thought that Yang Kai wanted to leave by himself. Kai He forced a smile. "Cici, you think too much, Brother Yang won't do that." These words were not only meant to comfort Du Cici, but also himself. At the same time, he quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. He was also a little worried that Yang Kai would do this. Yang Kai did not make too many excuses. To be honest, if he could really break through the puppet's blockade before, he would have left by himself. But he had no intention of leaving them behind. If he could leave, he would have gone to find Fei Ji and the others to rescue them. After all, it was better for him to escape alone than the three of them being trapped here without any hope of survival. Now listening to Kai He's probing, Yang Kai had no intention of explaining and simply said, "If we want to leave now, we can only work together. If I deal with this puppet alone, I won't be able to protect myself." Kai He nodded repeatedly. "Brother Yang is right. But you just said that you can't get rid of it. So what should we do? It seems to be guarding the exit and won't go too far." Yang Kai had also probed this before. Once they were within 10 feet of the exit, the puppet would immediately move. But if they left that range, it would be as unresponsive as a dead object. Hearing Kai He's question, Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. "Naturally, we'll kill it." "Kill it?" Kai He was dumbfounded. Du Cici also spoke bluntly. "Are you stupid?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw Yang Kai looking at her coldly, causing her heart to skip a beat. She swallowed the rest of her words back into her stomach and wore an embarrassed expression. But her expression clearly indicated that she felt Yang Kai's proposal was unreliable. "Since I said so, I naturally have some confidence in it." Yang Kai knew that if he didn't explain clearly, it would be impossible for these two to cooperate with him. The giant puppet's great power, and the scene of it killing the old woman had already left a shadow in their hearts, so they simply didn't have the courage to fight against it. Let's talk about its shortcomings first. This puppet is guarding the round door, and regardless of what secrets are hidden behind it, it is actually worth it to stay close to it. However, this point can be exploited. Since you two are array masters, I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Yang Kai glanced at the two. Kai He and Du Cece pondered for a moment before gently nodding. This huge weakness of the puppet would give them enough time to arrange a large spirit array. With the power of the spirit array and Yang Kai's help, they might really have a chance. Arranging a spirit array shouldn't be a problem, and we can also arrange a large spirit array that can limit the puppet's speed. Although this puppet is impervious to fire and water, its speed is the most troublesome aspect. If we can really slow it down, its advantage will be greatly reduced. Kai He stroked his chin and said slowly, "You can arrange such a spirit array?" Yang Kai was overjoyed. It seemed that Kai He had the same idea as him. Puppets were different from living people. Although some spirit arrays were quite powerful, they had no effect on them. Yang Kai originally wanted Kai He and Du Cece to arrange a spirit array that could limit the puppet's speed, but he hadn't expected that he would agree with Kai He on this point. This isn't difficult. I have the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array's array disc and array foundation, while Cece should have the Painting Earth Prison Array, right? Kai He looked at Du Cece. And Du Cece gently nodded, not surprised that the other party knew about her. After all, the Kai family and Du family were both spirit array masters, so it was normal for them to compete and spy on each other. How powerful are these two spirit arrays? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Kai He showed a proud look on his face. Their power is naturally not small. If we can push the full power of these spirit arrays, even a third-order origin returning realm master would be helpless against them. Quickly changing the subject, he said embarrassedly, "Unfortunately, Cece and I aren't strong enough, so we can only display about half of their power." Less than half? Yang Kai frowned secretly. Kai He looked at Yang Kai and said in a low voice, "Rest assured, Brother Yang, I am very confident in these two spirit arrays. I can't guarantee anything else, but they can definitely reduce the puppet's speed by 10 to 20%. 10 to 20% is a bit too little, but that's all we can do." Yang Kai didn't care. "But Brother Yang, even if Cece and I cooperate with the spirit arrays to reduce its speed, how are we supposed to destroy such a puppet? And when you were probing it before, you weren't able to hurt it at all." Du Cece also hurriedly asked. This was a matter of great importance, so neither of them dared to act carelessly, otherwise, if they failed to cooperate, all three of them would die here. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Although I didn't hurt it, at least I verified one thing." "What is it?" "The reason this puppet can move on its own without anyone controlling it is because there is a soul clone inside it." "A soul clone?" Kai He and Du Cece called out in surprise. "And you can say it's a soul clone. When Lian Guang was controlling the puppet, did you observe it?" Yang Kai looked at the two of them and said with a serious expression, "Lian Guang placed a wisp of his soul clone on these puppets in order to drive them for his own use. Although these puppets look much more advanced than Lian Guang's, the principle should be similar. After all, puppets are inanimate objects. If they want to move, they must have a similar existence to a soul clone. Since no one is controlling this puppet, there should be a soul clone sealed inside it. But I don't know what kind of creature soul clone is." Listening to Yang Kai's analysis, Kai He and Du Cece suddenly felt as if the clouds had cleared and the moon was shining brightly. Previously, the two of them were shocked by the might of the puppet, so they didn't consider this issue carefully. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they felt that it made a lot of sense. "Brother Yang, you mean? I don't need to destroy this puppet. I just need to find the soul clone and kill it. Then the puppet will naturally stop moving." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Kai He's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. "So that's how it is. In that case, this plan is feasible." Compared to destroying such an impregnable puppet, it was obviously much easier to destroy a single soul essence. "Then do you know where the soul clone is?" Du Cece interjected. Yang Kai's face darkened as he slowly shook his head. "I'm not sure yet, but there are a few suspicious places, so I need to borrow the strength of the two of you to slow it down. This way, I'll have a chance to investigate these locations and find where the soul clone is hiding. Chapter 1353. When one fell into a crisis, what one feared the most was not the slightest hope of survival. Now that they heard Yang Kai's words, both Kai He and Du Cece were overjoyed, because if Yang Kai was right, with the strength of the three of them, it was not impossible to kill this puppet. The haze on the faces of the two immediately swept away as they exchanged a glance, both of them filled with enthusiasm. Without further ado, the three of them immediately took action. Because of Yang Kai's previous probing, everyone was well aware of the puppet's range of detection. Kai He and Du Cece stood a few dozen meters away from it, constantly taking out spirit array tools from their space rings and injecting their Saint Chi into them, spreading them out in all directions. As soon as these tools fell to the ground, they disappeared without a trace. Even with Yang Kai's divine sense, he was unable to detect them. The two of them skillfully arranged the spirit array, while Yang Kai's eyes lingered on the head, chest, and lower abdomen of the giant puppet. These were the places where he felt the soul essence that was controlling the puppet was located. But because he was facing the puppet alone just now, he was unable to examine it carefully, so he was unable to determine which part it was. If he could determine which part it was, as long as he destroyed that part, he should be able to stop this puppet from moving. Yang Kai thought about it secretly, constantly pondering over his idea, and feeling that there was nothing wrong with it. After a short while, Kai He and Du Cece both finished their preparations and exchanged a glance before pressing their palms together and shouting in unison, "Merge!" In the next moment, the Saint Chi in their bodies seemed to faintly resonate with some of the things around them. As their Saint Chi pulsed, the world energy in a radius of several dozen meters around the puppet trembled slightly before quickly returning to normal. Yang Kai looked around and didn't see any abnormalities, but that didn't mean he was surprised. Many spirit arrays, even if they were activated, couldn't be seen from the outside. Only by going inside would one be able to see what was going on. "Brother Yang, Cece and I are ready. You can start at any time," Kai He shouted. Yang Kai gently nodded and said with a serious expression, "Then I'll have to trouble the two of you. Brother Yang is too polite. You'll be the main force in this battle, so be careful. Cece and I can only preside over the spirit array and use its power to coordinate with your actions. Don't take this opportunity to run away." Du Cece's expression changed a few times, as she still felt somewhat uneasy about Yang Kai's character. If Yang Kai took advantage of their spirit array to restrain the speed of the puppets to escape, then she and Kai He's efforts would be in vain. Faced with her doubts, Yang Kai didn't get angry. Yang Kai and the others were not familiar with each other, and right now, the three of them had to work of their own as they were. Any disagreements or conflicts would lead to unimaginable consequences. Hearing her words, Yang calmly replied, "Don't worry, since I've joined hands with you, of course of." After getting Yang Kai's promise, Du Cece smiled and said insincerely, "I'm just saying." Yang Kai didn't say anything more, and simply took a deep breath before glancing at the giant puppet that had been standing still for a long time. His expression suddenly became dignified and serious as his figure flickered, and he rushed towards it. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had rushed into the spirit array arranged by Kai He and Du Cece. The scenery around him suddenly changed, and Yang Kai discovered that he was standing on top of a lake. The lake water under his feet was clear and sparkling, but there was an invisible suction force coming from the lake that seemed to be trying to restrain his movements. Not only that, but there was also another force pressing down on him from all directions, similarly restricting his freedom. The illusion of the lake under his feet was obviously the effect of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array that Kai He had mentioned before, while the invisible pressure around him should be the Painting Earth Prison array, arranged by Du Cece. Sure enough, she has some skill. Neither of these spirit arrays deliberately targeted him, but as soon as he fell into them, he was suppressed. If they had used their spirit arrays to deal with him, the suppression he would have suffered would have been even greater. Thinking so, Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. For him, the stronger Kai He and Du Cici's spirit arrays were, the better. The stronger they were, the more likely they would be able to restrain the puppet's movements. When he stepped into the spirit arrays, Kai He and Du Cici, the two array masters, changed their hand seals and poured their Saint Qi into the spirit arrays under their feet. The next moment, Yang Kai felt the pressure and restraint on him disappear, allowing him to regain his freedom. With two array masters presiding over the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array and the Painting Earth Prison array, Yang Kai would naturally not be affected. Yang Kai took another step forward and stepped onto the surface of the Mirror Lake, causing a circle of ripples to spread out from the soles of his feet. At the same time, the eyes of the giant puppet, which had not moved until now, suddenly flashed red and opened its mouth, spitting out a beam of red light that shot straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as his feet flickered and his figure disappeared. When he was testing the puppet's abilities before, he had seen it use this move many times, so it was naturally impossible for him to be hit so easily. Kong. With a loud bang, the beam of red energy hit the Mirror Lake, but it only caused a larger ripple and did not affect the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon array at all, allowing Yang Kai to relax. Go! Yang Kai shouted, and the Firebird artifact spirit immediately appeared, transforming into a strange fiery red bird several dozen meters in length that rushed straight towards the giant puppet. The puppet immediately raised the giant pitch-black stick in its hand and smashed it towards the artifact spirit. Wherever the giant stick passed, it brought with it a whimpering wind. Its power was so great that it was like a landslide or a tsunami, causing everyone to pale. With a single sweep of the stick, the artifact spirit's body immediately collapsed. But since the artifact spirit was not a physical entity, this kind of attack had no effect on it at all. The scattered flames gathered together again, wriggling and transforming into the shape of the Firebird once more. The next moment, the artifact spirit opened its mouth and spat out a series of fireballs the size of wash basins, each of which smashed towards the giant puppet with astonishing momentum. With a violent bang, the giant puppet was actually forced back by these fireballs, its huge body leaning back slightly. After suffering such a blow, the giant puppet seemed to be enraged, and the red light in its eyes became even more intense as it stared at the Firebird, waving the giant stick in its hand as it fought with the Firebird. In an instant, countless stick shadows appeared in red energy beams, and scorching fireballs filled the sky. These two were both strange existences, but at this moment, they were locked in a fierce battle. The artifact spirit was not afraid of the giant black stick, but it was somewhat wary of the red energy beams. Once the puppet released such an attack, the artifact spirit had no choice but to dodge and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Yang Kai was overjoyed. When he was experimenting before, the artifact spirit had also contributed greatly, so he hadn't expected this puppet to hold a grudge. At this moment, it actually ignored him and only focused on attacking the artifact spirit, which was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. Seizing an opportunity, Yang Kai flicked a golden thread from his hand and shot it straight towards the puppet's left eye. With a loud clang, although the invincible golden thread accurately hit the other party's left eye, it only flickered for a moment before the golden thread was bounced back. Yang Kai frowned slightly, but at that moment a low shout reached his ears. "Brother Yang, be careful!" As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai saw the puppet swing its giant stick and smash it down towards him. The murderous intent from the giant stick almost froze the surrounding space. Yang Kai's eyes shrank, but just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly discovered that the mirror lake beneath his feet was emitting a strange energy fluctuation. Immediately, the clear mirror lake seemed to be stirred up by something and suddenly became turbid. In the next moment, several streams of turbid lake water rolled up and transformed into the shape of a flood dragon, which then rushed towards the giant stick. At the same time, specks of light appeared all around him. These specks of light were like fireflies dancing in the air. At first, there were only a few of them, but in the blink of an eye, they filled the sky. Like a swarm of locusts, These specks of light rushed towards the giant stick and stuck to it like maggots. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the speed at which the giant stick was swinging actually slowed down a lot. The mud dragons that rushed out of the mirror lake collided with the giant stick and were directly scattered, but this also weakened the strength of the giant stick. Seeing this, Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. The scene just now was obviously the result of the two spirit arrays in this place. Yang Kai's evaluation of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array and Painting Prison Array in his heart rose again, making him even more confident in killing the puppet. As long as Kai He and Du Cece sincerely cooperated with him, their chances of leaving this place would greatly increase. The giant stick was still swinging down, but with the two spirit arrays restraining it, Yang Kai had already calmly avoided it. With a single thought, the Firebird artifact spirit turned into a mass of flames, wrapping around the puppet and burning it vigorously. Yang Kai didn't expect the artifact spirit to be able to incinerate this puppet. He didn't know what kind of material this puppet was refined from, but it was impervious to fire, water, blades, and spears. Even if the artifact spirit had refined a trace of the sun's true fire's power, it wouldn't be enough to melt it. Yang Kai just wanted to rely on the artifact spirit's special form to find where the wisp of soul inside the puppet was hiding. The artifact spirit's body was burning, but the giant puppet was not affected in the slightest. Instead, without the artifact spirit to attract its attention, it immediately set its sights on Yang Kai and began walking towards Yang Kai. After taking just 2 steps, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the mirror lake and sucked in one of its big feet, causing the puppet's body to tilt, obviously about to fall. Seeing this, how could Yang Kai miss this opportunity? Stretching out his hand, he pushed his Saint Chi and sent a heaven-covering hand towards the puppet's head. It had to be said that Kai He and Du Cece's 2 sets of spirit arrays were of great help to Yang Kai. Before, when he was testing the puppet's abilities, he was constantly in danger, but now, with the cooperation of the 3 of them, he was able to deal with this puppet with ease, without much burden at all. Under such circumstances, Yang Kai only needed to avoid the attacks of the puppets, while diverting some of his attention to the information transmitted by the artifact spirit. As long as he could find the hiding place of the soul essence, he could attack that location recklessly and destroy it. Chapter 1354. Restrained by the vortexes in the mirror lake, the puppet was unable to move freely, allowing Yang Kai's heaven-covering hand to accurately hit the puppet's body. With a loud bang, the puppet, which was already unstable, fell directly to the ground. Yang Kai hurriedly took 2 steps back and did not attack again. For him, the most important thing right now was to deal with the puppet. Before he could find the wisp of soul that was driving the puppet, any attack would be meaningless. Kai He and Du Cece obviously understood Yang Kai's intentions and took advantage of the situation to strengthen the power of their spirit arrays. Suddenly, more vortexes appeared in the mirror lake, and the light that filled the sky became denser. Restricted by the 2 spirit arrays, the puppet was unable to get up for a while, and its crimson eyes kept flashing. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent as he stared at the puppet's movements, while silently sensing the movements of the artifact spirit. At the same time, he also separated his divine sense to constantly investigate the puppet's body. In his opinion, since there was a wisp of soul hidden in the puppet's body, there must be some abnormalities. This kind of abnormality could only be discovered by relying on his divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was investigating, another change occurred. The entire lake suddenly became turbulent as the puppet, seeing that it could not get up immediately, waved its giant black stick in anger, and smashed around aimlessly. This kind of attack could not cause any harm to Yang Kai, but Kai He's complexion changed drastically when he saw this. There was no other reason. Previously, in order to ensure the maximum power of the spirit formation, the area covered by the spirit formation set up by him was not large. If the puppet smashed around like this, it might destroy those hidden spirit formations set up. Once one of them was damaged, the entire spirit formation would collapse. Not only that, But the huge force of the puppet's ferocious attacks had also affected the formation slightly. If left alone, the formation would most likely collapse on its own in no time. In a moment of desperation, Kai could only slow down the suppression of the puppet to ensure the operation of the spirit arrays. Du Cici's situation was the same. As a last resort, they could only weaken the power of the painting earth prison array. They had never encountered such a thing before, and could not help but feel depressed. The light that filled the sky like fireflies, and the whirlpool in the mirror lake immediately decreased. Without some restraining force, the puppet no longer waved the giant stick randomly. It climbed up on its hands and feet. As soon as it stood up, it stared at Yang Kai, and then at the mirror lake under its feet. It revealed a thoughtful expression. Soon after, it opened its mouth wide, and with a buzzing sound, it spat out wasp-like things. Those things were only the size of a fist, but there were hundreds of them. They gathered into a ball, and after circling in the air for a while, they immediately pounced on Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, revealing a surprised expression. This was the first time he knew that the puppet had such a strange ability. Previously, when he was testing it, the puppet did not release these wasps at all. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face sank because he discovered that these wasps were all small puppets, and each of them was exuding a strange aura. Naturally, Yang Kai could not allow these wasps to get close to him. Demonic flames surged in his hand as a black sword appeared, and he swung it, sending out a series of sword lights. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk an unexpected scene appeared. These wasps seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, but when the sword lights came into contact with them, they burst apart, as if they could not withstand a single blow. However, Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Because these wasps did not explode because of his attack, but because of their own self-detonation. The self-destruction of each wasp created a shockwave of energy. Not only that, after the wasp exploded, a yellow mist appeared in the air. This mist connected together and quickly enveloped the entire space. Yang Kai accidentally inhaled a mouthful of this mist and instantly felt dizzy. Shocked, he quickly shouted, "It's poisonous, hold your breaths." As he spoke, a pitch-black demonic flame sphere appeared in his hand, and he threw it at the yellow mist. Wherever the demonic flame passed, the yellow mist was swept away. Although the yellow mist was poisonous, it was unable to resist the burning of the demonic flame. Kai He and Du Cici finally felt relieved. When they heard Yang Kai shout just now, both of them had been on edge, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Seeing the yellow mist being burned away, they were naturally overjoyed and immediately focused on driving the spirit array. Yang Kai, however, did not relax in the slightest. He sent out a series of sword lights, cutting down all the wasp-like puppets, and then used the demonic flame to burn away the yellow mist. Since this puppet had such a method, it was certain that it had other stronger methods. A long night was fraught with problems, so Yang Kai was secretly anxious. Over 100 wasp puppets were killed in a short while, and all of them were cleaned up. But at this moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed slightly, immediately revealing a look of pleasant surprise, because he had received a message from the Firebird artifact spirit. It had found the hiding place of the soul essence that drove the puppets. Just as Yang Kai had expected, the soul essence was in the puppet's chest. Because all of the puppet's movements were driven by this soul essence, the artifact spirit had finally found some clues under its constant investigation. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and with a single thought, the artifact spirit, which had been wrapped around the puppet, transformed back into its firebird form, and flew above the puppet's head, constantly spitting out fireballs to attack it and attract its attention. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the puppet's chest, and while it was busy dealing with the artifact spirit, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed towards the puppet, leapt high into the air, and smashed his fist towards its chest. With a bang, Yang Kai was bounced back by a huge force, but the puppet's chest remained unscathed, not even leaving a mark on it. This punch was just a test and did not have any effect, but Yang Kai was not surprised. Narrowing his eyes, he shouted, "You too push the power of your spirit arrays to their maximum." Whether we succeed or fail will depend on this. Hearing this, Kai He and Du Cece no longer hesitated and pushed their Saint Chi to their limits, fully activating the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array and Painting Earth Prison Array. In an instant, the light that filled the sky appeared again, and whirlpools of various sizes appeared on the surface of the Mirror Lake. Mud dragons rushed out of the Mirror Lake and flew to the side of the puppet, entangling its limbs and restricting its movements. Combined with the Firebird's attack, the puppet immediately fell into a disadvantage, but the giant black stick in its hand once again waved around aimlessly. But this time, Kai He and Du Cece ignored it, and still did not relax the power of their spirit arrays. Yang Kai saw the puppet's speed greatly reduce, and a look of joy appeared on his face, as he swung the demonic flame sword in his hand forward, sending out a sword wave that struck the puppet's chest. Sparks flew, and the sword wave disappeared, but the puppet's chest remained unchanged. Kai He and Du Cece both felt their hearts sink to the bottom of their chests as they witnessed this scene. Although the two of them could use the power of their spirit arrays to restrict the puppet's movements, if Yang Kai couldn't break the puppet's defenses, it would be a complete failure. The current situation did not allow them to consider too much, so they could only pin all their hopes on Yang Kai and secretly pray that he had more tricks up his sleeve. But to their disappointment, Yang Kai actually sent out another black sword wave towards the puppet's chest. In the next moment, both of them were surprised and bewildered, because that attack had actually left a shallow mark on the puppet's body. Although this mark was very small, it was the first time the three of them had actually caused any real damage to the puppet. This naturally made Kai He and Du Cece overjoyed, and when they looked towards Yang Kai again, they could not help showing looks of admiration. This puppet's body was extremely sturdy. Even if they did not personally test it, they could tell from the previous attacks of Yang Kai and the artifact spirit that even an origin-returning realm master would not necessarily be able to cause any damage to it. But now Yang Kai had done just that. This meant that he had a chance to destroy the puppet's body and destroy the soul hidden inside. Feeling excited, they felt as if they had seen the light before dawn and were filled with great expectations towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at the small mark on the puppet's chest, and his face sank slightly. The attack just now was a space blade condensed from Space Force. And although it looked similar to a sword wave, it was actually quite different. The space blade could be said to be Yang Kai's trump card. It was capable of swallowing everything in its path and possessed unfathomable power. But it was still only able to cause this much damage to the puppet. If he wanted to completely break through its chest, he would need to send out at least 100 space blades at the same time. Could Kai He and Du Cece restrain it for such a long time? It was not that Yang Kai did not have confidence in these two, but this puppet was simply too difficult to deal with. Its giant stick not only made it difficult for Yang Kai to get close to it, but it was also disrupting the two spirit arrays. As time passed, the spirit arrays would break and Yang Kai would not be able to accurately hit the same spot. But now, there was no point in worrying about this. So Yang Kai's face became cold, and he no longer had any scruples, sending out a series of space blades towards the mark on the puppet's chest. Silently, unlike the sword wave that hit the puppet's body, the space blades did not make any noise at all. As time passed, the wound on the puppet's chest gradually grew larger, but in contrast, Kai He and Du Cece's faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling slightly. In order to maintain the power of the spirit array, the two of them had exhausted all their strength, and had even taken a lot of restorative pills, but their Saint Chi was still not enough to make up for their losses. What was even more anxious was that after the puppet's prolonged struggle and attacks, the stability of the two spirit arrays had been greatly affected and had become precarious. Whether it was the vortexes and turbid mud dragons produced by the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array, or the firefly-like light emitted by the Painting Earth Prison Array, both were rapidly decreasing in number. As a result, the restrictions on the puppet were greatly reduced, and Yang Kai's attacks often failed to hit its target, causing him to feel annoyed. Compared to the anxiety and helplessness of the three people, the puppet was displaying its might. As it waved its giant stick, Even the fire bird could not get close to it. It could only circle around it and attack it with pure fire spiritual energy, attracting its attention. Chapter 1355. Inside the ancient ruins, in front of the round gate, Yang Kai was constantly releasing space blades towards the puppet's chest. Under the influence of the Mirror Lake Mud Dragon Array and the Painting Earth Prison Array, the puppet could only swing its giant stick around aimlessly while struggling to move. As such, even though Yang Kai was often unable to hit the same spot, under this constant consumption, a crack about 3 centimeters deep appeared on the puppet's chest. Even so, the puppet was not affected in the slightest. On the other hand, Yang Kai and the other two had consumed a lot of energy. Needless to say, Kai He and Du Cece had almost exhausted their Saint Chi in order to maintain the spirit array. Yang Kai's space blades also placed a great burden on his body. Once or twice wasn't a problem, but after hundreds or thousands of times, his knowledge sea had almost dried up. If it weren't for the 7-colored soul-warming lotus nourishing his soul, this kind of overdraft would have caused him indelible damage. Once again taking out a pill to restore his soul, and stuffing it into his mouth, Yang Kai's face turned as pale as paper, but his eyes remained fixed on the crack on the puppet's chest, as he sent out another wave of space blades. Kacha. A slight sound came from the side. Kai He's exclamation soon followed. Brother Yang, we can't hold on any longer. His voice was filled with indescribable anxiety, because the spirit array they had arranged was on the verge of collapse, and could break at any time. Once the spirit array was broken, without the power of the spirit array to restrain the puppet's speed, the three of them would most likely fail this time. Although there was still a chance to make a comeback, with the puppet's abnormal speed, it was uncertain whether he and Du Cece would be able to escape. Moreover, after working so hard for so long, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to fail. As soon as his voice fell, another slight cracking sound rang out, and immediately, the countless firefly-like lights that filled the world suddenly disappeared, as if they had never existed. On the other side, Du Cece's pretty face was filled with shock as she stared at the base of the spirit array in her hand. This spirit array given to her by her family's elders had shattered at this moment, and could no longer be used. The painting ground prison formation that she laid down was broken before Kai He's grand formation. Apart from feeling heartache, he was also extremely shocked. Without the assistance of the painting earth prison array, the vortexes and mud dragons produced by the Mirror Lake could not restrict the movements of the puppet at all. Seeing the puppet break free from the entanglement of the mud dragons, and shatter the vortexes on the Mirror Lake, before turning its red eyes towards Du Cece who was still standing in place, Yang Kai steeled his heart and wiped his space ring, summoning a picturesque artifact out of thin air. As Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into it, phantom mountain peaks began to appear one after another. 100 Mountains Portrait. The 100 Mountains picture was the only offensive artifact Yang Kai possessed, because in battle, Yang Kai preferred to rely on his own strength, rather than relying on the power of an artifact, so he had never possessed an offensive artifact. This 100 Mountains picture was also a unique artifact that had allowed him to refine it into his body. When facing the puppet, Yang Kai did not summon the 100 Mountains picture, but now he had no choice but to do so. In an instant, the sky was filled with phantom mountain peaks of varying sizes. This time, Yang Kai almost disregarded the stability of the artifact itself, and forcibly summoned 30 to 40 of them. This was the limit of what he could control. As soon as those mountain phantoms appeared, they rumbled and smashed towards the puppet. The puppet waved its giant stick, and all the nearby mountains were blocked by its great force. Not a single mountain was able to get close to its body. Yang Kai's eyes flashed fiercely as he sent out his divine sense, summoning the mountain phantoms that had been sent flying back again. This time, however, these mountain phantoms didn't smash down on the puppet, but instead circled around it, completely sealing it off. "Explode for me!" Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted. As soon as these words fell, the large and small mountain phantoms suddenly released terrifying energy fluctuations and a dazzling light blossomed, illuminating the entire world as if it were daytime. Kai-He and Du Cece couldn't even look straight at it. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk an earth-shattering energy fluctuation swept out, and a gust of wind swept Kai-He and Du Cece into the distance. Even the spirit array tools that were hidden in the surroundings were swept away by the shockwaves. After the energy fluctuations subsided, a tattered picturesque artifact fell from the sky. It was the 100 Mountains picture Yang Kai had summoned before. But at this moment, this 100 Mountains picture had lost all its spirit, and the mountain peaks that originally existed on it had all disappeared. Before it could even fall to the ground, it had suddenly turned into dust and disappeared from this world. An artifact had self-destructed. Not every artifact had this kind of power, but the 100 Mountains picture Yang Kai had obtained just so happened to possess it. Speaking of which, the 100 Mountains picture had really helped Yang Kai a lot since he obtained it, and its grade was not low, being an origin grade artifact. However, in order to limit the puppet's movements, Yang Kai could not be stingy with this artifact, so he had no choice but to self-destruct the 100 Mountains picture. Otherwise, Du Cece, who had been targeted by it, would not have been able to escape. When Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the 100 Mountains picture again, he could not help gawking before a look of joy appeared on his face. Because the puppet had been knocked to the ground again by the 100 Mountains picture's self-destruction, and this time, it seemed to have suffered some damage as it lay on the ground motionless for a while. At the same time, a strange red light flashed from the crack on its chest. The power of an origin-grade artifact's self-destruction was obviously extraordinary. His expression flashing, Yang Kai immediately rushed forward and arrived in front of the puppet in the blink of an eye. Leaping onto its chest, Yang Kai immediately shot out a series of space blades at the 3-meter-deep crack on its chest. At such a close distance, and with the puppet not having the slightest resistance or evasion, Yang Kai was naturally able to hit his target. Each space blade accurately struck the same spot, causing the crack to grow deeper and wider at a rate visible to the naked eye. A hint of joy flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he felt that as long as he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to penetrate the puppet's chest. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance and monitoring of the puppet either, continuing to condense space blades while simultaneously probing the puppet's movements. After 20 breaths of time, the puppet's eyes suddenly flashed, and a crimson light shot out from them, like the eyes of a ferocious beast, causing Yang Kai to shudder. Yang Kai instinctively felt a sense of danger, and his hair stood on end. Noticing a gust of wind behind his head, he quickly rolled to the side, condensed another space blade, and slashed it towards the crack. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Yang Kai's fist and the space blade hit the crack almost at the same time. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk the sound of something shattering rang out, and Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he sent a command to the Firebird artifact spirit with his divine sense. The Firebird let out a crisp cry and swooped down towards the crack. At the same time, the puppet's giant hand, which almost covered the entire sky, shot towards Yang Kai. Looking at the terrifying palm, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, not showing the slightest intention of dodging. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but that he simply could not muster the strength to do so. His head felt like it was about to split open. Using the space blade so many times had placed an unimaginable burden on his spiritual energy. Now, as far as he could barely see the world in front of him. However, there was no need to dodge. The next moment, the Firebird artifact spirit rushed through the crack Yang Kai had painstakingly opened, and rushed into the puppet's body, bursting out with scorching heat and burning the puppet from the inside. The red light appeared and spread all over the puppet's body, like tiny snakes slithering around. But soon, the red light disappeared and the puppet's huge hand stopped in midair. A crisp bird cry rang out as the Firebird artifact spirit rushed out of the puppet's body, hovered above Yang Kai's head for a moment, and then drilled into his body. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and a look of exhaustion appeared on his face as he directly lay down on the ground. On the other side, Kai-He and Du Cece, who had been sent flying by the explosion of the 100 Mountains picture, had not suffered too much damage. Struggling to get up, they saw the scene of the puppet's movements being frozen, and couldn't help glancing at each other, wondering what was going on over there. After releasing their divine senses to investigate, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened to Yang Kai, he was still alive, which meant that the puppet could not move. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be safe and sound? Although they were excited, both of them still felt some lingering fear. Although they knew that a puppet capable of instantly killing an origin-returning realm master was definitely not easy to deal with, both of them had underestimated its sturdiness. Fortunately, Yang Kai's attack was effective, and with the cooperation of the two of them, they were able to slowly grind away at the puppet's body and finally win. After this battle, neither Kai He nor Du Cece had the energy to speak anymore. Kai He just called out to Yang Kai, and after confirming that he was fine, the three of them began adjusting their breathing. Half a day later, Yang Kai was the first to stand up. It was not that he had not consumed enough energy, but that he was an alchemist and had countless restorative medicines in his space ring. His golden blood also had a powerful restorative ability, so naturally, he was able to restore himself faster than the two array masters. Glancing over at the two of them, and seeing that they were still meditating, Yang Kai did not show any intention of greeting them, and instead jumped onto the giant puppet, rubbing his chin and inspecting it. Such a puppet was obviously not an ordinary thing. Even the Lien family couldn't create such a tyrannical puppet. In a one-on-one fight, even a master like Fei Ji wouldn't be its opponent. This time, the three Saint King Realm Masters were able to defeat it mainly because of the two spirit arrays. Without these two spirit arrays, Yang Kai would not have been able to protect himself, let alone destroy it. From top to bottom, except for its chest, there were no other wounds on the puppet's body. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai released his divine sense and wrapped the puppet in an attempt to put it into his space ring. But after trying, the puppet remained motionless, surprising Yang Kai. It was not that his divine sense was not strong enough, but rather that the puppet itself was too heavy for his space ring to store. Chapter 1356. Not everything could be stored in a space ring. Sometimes, things that were too large or too heavy could not be stored in a space ring. This was also the case for some special treasures, such as the sun's true essence that Yang Kai and Yang Yen obtained in the corpse cave. It could not be stored in a space ring, because the heat it emitted had far exceeded the limit of what a space ring could withstand. Once it was stored, it would inevitably destroy the space ring. It was for this reason that Yang Yen had gone to great lengths to refine this ring. Strictly speaking, the puppet in front of him was not very large, but it still could not be stored in a space ring. The only explanation was that its weight was far beyond what Yang Kai had imagined. Thinking so, a trace of surprise flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. Just as he was contemplating this, Kai He and Du Cece also walked over from a short distance away. Now that the battle was over, it was time to collect the spoils. Everyone could see that this puppet was extraordinary, so the two array masters naturally did not want to let Yang Kai take all the benefits. So they hurriedly finished adjusting their breathing and joined Yang Kai. Brother Yang, this puppet is probably a work from ancient times, and is of extraordinary value. Kai He chuckled and said meaningfully. And, if we can crack the method to activate it, it will definitely be of great help to us. Du Cece's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Yang Kai stroked his chin and looked at the two of them, not revealing their thoughts, instead smiling lightly and asking, "Are you two interested in it?" Kai He gave a hollow laugh, but Du Cece didn't mince her words and simply said, "Of course, who would want to miss such a good thing? Even if we can't figure out a way to crack it, we might be able to learn some ancient puppet refining techniques through this puppet. I wouldn't dare say for others, but I think Lien Guang will be very interested in it." What she said was the truth. Such a puppet, regardless of its value, its research value alone was immeasurable. If the Lien family, which was famous for refining puppets, heard about it, they would definitely not miss it. Yes, Yang Kai gently nodded, although Du Cece had a bit of a young lady's temper. After the three of them joined forces, His impression of her had improved. After pondering for a moment, he said, "All three of us contributed greatly in this battle. But there is only one puppet. How should we split it?" Kai He and Du Cece glanced at each other, unable to come up with any good ideas. Seeing the difficult looks on the two's faces, Yang Kai chuckled and said, "How about this? I don't want the puppet. I just want the giant black stick. The two of you can discuss among yourselves who gets the puppet. Of course, there's also the space ring left behind by that senior." After the old woman was crushed to death, her space ring fell at the puppet's feet. Yang Kai had never had a chance to collect it, but now it just so happened that it, the puppet, and the giant stick made up 3 space rings for the 3 of them to divide. No one knew what was inside her space ring, but that bottle of life-revitalizing jade cream could not be faked. "You only want that stick?" Du Cece glanced at the giant black stick on the puppet's body, a trace of reluctance flashing across her beautiful eyes. To be honest, she could see that the value of the giant stick was definitely not below that of the puppet itself, so giving it to Yang Kai like this made her somewhat hesitant. But thinking about the old woman's space ring, she couldn't help feeling a little tempted. Kai He, on the other hand, agreed. "Good, Brother Yang was also one of the main forces in this battle, and even managed to survive several close calls. This Kai has no objection to such a distribution." Since he had said so, what else could Du Cece do? Yang Kai nodded and walked over to the giant black stick. After thinking for a moment, he reached out, placed his hand on it, and released his divine sense to examine it carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he poured his Saint Chi into the giant black stick. An incredible scene appeared. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, the giant stick, which was several dozen meters long and as thick as a water barrel, shrank at an extremely fast speed, becoming as tall as a person in the blink of an eye. Kai He and Du Cece, who were discussing the distribution of the puppet and space ring, were dumbfounded by this scene. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When he first saw this puppet, he didn't notice this giant stick at all. But after it crushed the old woman to death, the puppet suddenly took it out. At that time, Yang Kai had wondered whether this giant stick could change its size at will. But now that he tried it out, he found that his guess was correct. Reaching out to grab the black stick, Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Yang Kai found that he couldn't hold this stick properly. Making this choice had been the right choice, as the stick was likely refined from some kind of extraordinary material. The puppet had been destroyed, so it was impossible to repair it with the methods of Shadowed Star. So it was useless. At most, he could exchange it for some saint crystals and treasures from the Lian family. As for the life-revitalizing jade cream in the old woman's space ring, it was just a diluted product, so there was no need for it. Yang Kai was quite confident that somewhere inside this rockery, there was a purer life-revitalizing jade cream. Although he was overjoyed in his heart, Yang Kai maintained a calm expression on his face as he poured his Saint Chi into the stick before releasing his divine sense to wrap it up and store it in the ring Yang Yin had refined. This ring could even store the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, so storing this extraordinarily heavy stick was naturally a piece of cake. After Yang Kai finished his work, Kai He and Du Cece also finished their discussion. Kai He walked over to where the puppet originally stood and picked up the old woman's space ring while Du Cece took out a bracelet-like artifact. Her pretty face filled with joy as she tossed this bracelet into the air. The bracelet immediately expanded in size and enveloped the puppet like a ring before releasing a number of willow-like energy threads from it. These energy threads attached themselves to the puppet and soon wrapped around it like a dumpling. Du Cece then shouted, "Collect!" Countless threads instantly retracted, and the huge puppet was pulled into the bracelet bit by bit, disappearing in less than 10 breaths of time. The bracelet once again returned to its bracelet form and automatically flew back to Du Cece's wrist. Everyone was happy as the 3 of them each gained something. Yang Kai didn't intend to monopolize everything. This time, Kai He and Du Cc had indeed helped him greatly in destroying the puppet's ability to move. Yang Kai certainly wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing the river. It was just that among the three of them, which one was more important, only the heavens knew. In any case, after Kai He checked the old woman's space ring, his brow filled with joy, obviously very satisfied with his harvest. Brother Yang, what should we do next? It seemed that because of the previous battle, Kai He couldn't help but follow Yang Kai's lead. Hearing this, Du Cc also turned her head and looked over. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before smiling. Waiting here isn't a solution. There is only one exit, so we have no other choice. It's just that we don't know where this exit leads, or what dangers lie ahead. Judging from how tightly guarded this puppet is, there may be something good inside. Kai He and Du Cc's eyes lit up. Yang Kai quickly changed the topic, and quickly said, but where there are good things, there will definitely be dangers. The two of you should be mentally prepared. Naturally, according to Brother Yang's meaning, should we continue to explore? And no matter what, we must find a way to leave this ancient ruin. Regarding this, the two array masters naturally had no objections. The three of them rested for a while before Yang Kai led the way towards the round gate. After passing through the gate, Yang Kai discovered that there was a straight corridor in front of him. After using his divine sense to investigate and determine that there was nothing strange, Yang Kai cautiously walked forward. The corridor was not long, only about 1,000 meters in length. Soon, the three of them passed through it and stepped into another palace. As soon as they entered this palace, Yang Kai's eyes shrank as he looked towards the center of the palace, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he called out involuntarily, Elder Qian? Kai He and Du Cc, who had just arrived, heard Yang Kai call out to them, and couldn't help looking overjoyed. They hurriedly looked over, but when they saw the situation there, they couldn't help smiling bitterly, as they secretly felt a headache coming on. Over there, Qian Tong was sitting cross-legged, also looking over with a bitter smile on his face. Beside him was a middle-aged man, with a second-order Saint King cultivation. His face was pale, and it seemed that his mind had been injured. This person should be the artifact refiner, who followed Qian Tong into this place. Yang Kai judged in his heart. After all, Fei Ji too had said that Qian Tong did not come here alone, but had instead brought a Saint-grade artifact refiner with him in the hopes that this Saint-grade artifact refiner would be able to advance to the origin grade through this exploration and replace Grandmaster Gulin, who had passed away in Shadow Moon Hall. Next to the two of them was a stone tablet that was densely engraved with countless tiny characters. Even from such a distance, Yang Kai could clearly see that these small characters were all ancient characters that he did not recognize. However, this stone tablet exuded an indescribable charm, as if one sat in front of it and comprehended it, they would gain a great deal of benefits. In addition, around the two of them were more than a dozen puppets. Some of these puppets were humanoid while others were monster beast, each of them exuding a thick murderous aura. These puppets were all glaring at Qian Tong and the Saint-grade artifact refiner, but none of them showed any intention of attacking, simply surrounding the two of them in the middle. When Yang Kai sensed this situation, he complained in his heart. Even if these dozen puppets were not as good as the one they had encountered before, they were not much worse. With so many of them, it was no wonder Qian Tong could only sit there and not dare to act rashly. If he moved, he would immediately be torn to pieces by these puppets. Why are you here? Although Qian Tong's voice was a little weak, it was not a big deal. Looking at Yang Kai and the others who had suddenly set foot here, he asked in surprise, Elder Qian, these puppets? Yang Kai did not answer immediately, and instead stared at the dozen puppets vigilantly. It's fine, they are guarding this place. As long as you don't move forward, you will be fine. As for this old master, and with this stone tablet as a deterrent, they won't dare to approach, so I won't die for the time being. Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression relaxed. After pondering for a moment, he explained how Fei Ji too had invited him and the others to come and save Qian Tong. Chapter 1357. Hearing that Yang Kai and the others had been called by Fei Zhitu to help rescue him, Qian Tong showed a grateful expression and expressed his thanks. The three Saint King Realm Juniors naturally didn't dare. But after hearing that the group had been separated after passing through the black and white space array gate, and the old woman had died tragically under the giant puppet's hand, Qian Tong's expression became gloomy, and he faintly blamed himself. A short time later, Yang Kai explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly, causing Qian Tong to frown and ask, "So, you don't know where old Fei and the others are now?" Yang Kai and the others slowly shook their heads. Qian Tong smiled bitterly. "This time, this old master has implicated you. Now that there is no way out of this place, even if you go back the way you came, I'm afraid you won't be able to find your way back." "Then what should we do?" Du Cece asked anxiously. "There are only two ways now." Qian Tong sighed. "What is it?" "Do you see that space array over there?" Qian Tong pointed his finger in the direction he was pointing in Yang Kai, and the others quickly discovered that at the end of this palace, there was actually a complete space array. It should lead to the outside. If you are confident you can escape from these puppets, you can give it a try. But this old master doesn't recommend it. The other puppets are easy to deal with, but this wolf puppet is extremely fast. Even this old master is not confident he can beat it in speed. Yang Kai and the others had just fought a puppet before. So how could they be in the mood to deal with this kind of thing at this moment? Even if the puppets here were not as good as the previous one, the sheer number of them was enough to make even Yang Kai's scalp tingle. What's more, although the space array over there was intact, it would still take some time to activate it. This delay was more than enough time for these puppets to attack. In such a situation, who would dare act rashly? Other than that, all we can do is wait for old Fei and the others to come over so we can work together. Qian Tong noticed the helplessness and despair on Kai He and Du Cece's faces, and couldn't help comforting them. "Don't worry. If there is no other way, this old master will take action and delay these evil beasts to buy you some time to escape." "Absolutely not." Kai He turned pale with fright and hurriedly said, "Elder Qian, you can't do this. Now that Shadow Moon Hall is in constant internal strife, we still need you to preside over the overall situation. If you fall here because of us, then the three of us will be sinners for eternity. We can't bear such responsibility." Du Cece also nodded vigorously. Qian Tong chuckled and said in a carefree manner, "There's no other way. Don't worry. This old man won't do this unless it's absolutely necessary. I also want to live for a few more years." Hearing this, Kai He felt relieved. With no way out, the three Saint King Realm Masters had no choice but to sit down and meditate, occasionally chatting with Qian Tong to pass the time. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that the stone tablet was actually engraved with exquisite artifact refining techniques. Although no one could understand these ancient characters, if an artifact refiner were to comprehend them, it would be of great help to their own artifact refining techniques. The middle-aged man had now comprehended some of these principles, and was close to refining an origin-grade artifact himself. Once he succeeded, he would become a new generation origin-grade artifact refining grandmaster in Shadow Moon Hall. With the assistance of this person, coupled with Qian Tong's methods and prestige, it would be easy for Shadow Moon Hall to settle the internal strife and restore peace again. Time flew by, but such a long wait made everyone anxious. They didn't know what had happened to Fei Zhitu and the others, but for the next half a month, they had disappeared without a trace. After half a month of recuperation, Yang Kai and the other Saint King's internal injuries from the battle with the puppets were all healed. On this day, while Yang Kai was meditating, he suddenly noticed a strange energy fluctuation coming from his surroundings. Immediately opening his eyes, he began probing his surroundings in surprise. At the same time, Qian Tong also noticed it and released his divine sense. However, Kai He Du Cece and the others didn't respond. But in the next moment, they showed a look of horror because the palace they were in was shaking violently and dust and debris were falling from the sky, as if the entire ancient ruin had become unstable. "This is..." Qian Tong's eyes bulged, as if he had discovered something. Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise. He didn't know what Qian Tong had discovered, but he noticed that a terrifying space force was fluctuating in this ancient ruin. He cultivated this space force, so he was naturally very clear about this strange fluctuation. Rumble. Violent sounds came from all directions, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The middle-aged man next to Kai He, Du Cece, and Qian Tong glanced around in panic. The dozens of puppets who had been surrounding Qian Tong also moved at this moment. The eyes of each puppet flashed with a red light, and they slowly retreated in fear. The change came very quickly, and before Yang Kai could investigate anything, an unimaginable repulsive force came from the surrounding space, wrapping everyone's body, making it difficult for them to breathe. Yang Kai was not surprised, but happy because he had encountered this feeling once before. The current situation was exactly the same as what Lu Yen felt a few years ago when the desert was closed. Could it be? Yang Kai's mind was spinning. Right at that moment, the world energy in the air suddenly gathered towards a single spot. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the world energy condensed into a ball. Immediately after, rays of light shot out from the ball of world energy. These rays of light instantly arrived above everyone's heads. After a series of distortions, they actually formed a huge palm. Yang Kai raised his brow and his face filled with ecstasy, because this palm formed from world energy looked so familiar. It was the same one he had seen in Lu Yan's desert, the jade palm of a woman. It was just that this jade palm had been enlarged countless times. At that time, this jade palm wanted to throw Yang Kai out of Lu Yan's desert, but it was stopped by a Star Emperor token he had obtained by chance, allowing Yang Kai to stay in Lu Yan's desert for half a year after it closed. With his previous experience, Yang Kai was naturally unperturbed. The jade palm came down, grabbed Yang Kai and squeezed hard. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai did not make any resistance. Seeing Kai He and Du Cece's faces turn ashen and their Saint Chi surging, seemingly wanting to resist, he quickly reminded them, "Don't panic, we can go out now." As soon as his voice fell, the jade palm burst apart and Yang Kai felt a strong rejection from the surrounding space force. His vision blurred and his figure disappeared. After receiving Yang Kai's reminder, Kai He and Du Cece were both stunned. In that instant, the two jade palms also grabbed them, and after the jade palms burst apart, the two disappeared. This scene also happened to Qian Tong and the middle-aged artifact refiner, as well as to Fei Ji and the others, who were in a certain part of the ancient ruins. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single living person left in the entire ancient ruins. Somewhere about 10,000 kilometers away from fallen Emperor Mountain, a figure strangely emerged and after shaking for a while stood firm. It was naturally Yang Kai, who had been expelled from the ancient ruins by the world principles. Almost at the same time as he appeared, figures appeared one after another around him. Everyone looked around, and after seeing each other's faces, Kai He shouted with joy, "Senior Fei, Senior Ning." Fei Ji too raised his brow and showed a joyful look. "You also came out?" "And, I don't know what happened, but we suddenly left the ancient ruins and arrived here." "Oh, where's Senior One?" Kai He suddenly discovered that the cultivator surnamed one had disappeared. Fei Ji and Ning Xiangchen's faces both darkened as they sighed deeply. Seeing this scene, the others immediately understood that the cultivator surnamed one had probably died in the ancient ruins. "My old friend." Ning Xiangchen also couldn't find any trace of the old woman and looked surprised. Kai He smiled bitterly. "That senior also fell." Ning Xiangchen heard this and was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. "It's fate, it's fate." In this trip to the ancient ruins, 2 of the 4 origin returning realm masters had died, but the 4 Saint Kings had all safely escaped, including Lian Guang. However, after following Fei Ji and the others for so long, he had suffered great calamities again and again, so his expression was a bit sluggish. "Old Ghost Qian, you're quite lucky, you actually survived." Fei Ji looked at Qian Tong and coldly snorted. Qian Tong didn't answer, but anyone could see the self-blame in his eyes. Seeing this, Fei Ji no longer tried to provoke him. However, this time's escape was inexplicable. Yang Kai and the others had been staying in the palace without taking any action, so naturally it wasn't because of them. Thinking about it this way, it was obvious that Fei Ji too and the others had triggered some kind of barrier, causing the entire ancient ruins to produce a repulsive force. Moreover, although Yang Kai was the only one present who had entered Lu Yinsan Field, everyone had naturally heard about the situation inside Lu Yinsan Field, including the jade hand condensed from world energy that appeared when the ancient ruins closed. The scene just now was exactly the same as when Lu Yinsan Field closed. Was there some kind of connection between the two? Not only did Yang Kai frown, but the other origin returning realm masters also had similar thoughts. Perhaps only Kai He, Du Cc, and the others didn't understand the situation. Just as Qian Tong opened his mouth and was about to ask something, a rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the distance. In an instant, everyone lost their footing and their complexions changed drastically as they turned towards the source of the sound in horror. Is that Fallen Emperor Mountain? Du Cc called out. The source of the sound was indeed Fallen Emperor Mountain. Even from 10,000 kilometers away, everyone could vaguely see the outline of Fallen Emperor Mountain. At this moment, the rumbling sound was coming from inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, as if some kind of great change had occurred there. Being able to cause such a sound, it was easy to imagine how violent the situation was. Just a moment ago, everyone had come out of the ancient ruins, so could this sudden change be related to what had just happened? Chapter 1358. While everyone was still in shock, a violent and terrifying change occurred at Fallen Emperor Mountain 10,000 kilometers away. All the world energy within 100,000 kilometers began to madly gather towards this place. The cultivators who stayed inside Fallen Emperor Mountain to cultivate were all shocked and quickly used their movement skills to escape, but it was obviously too late to escape now. Just as these people began to move, an unimaginable emperor pressure descended from the sky. This emperor pressure was so strong that it was no worse than the one at the center of Fallen Emperor Mountain. This emperor pressure was everywhere, and everyone felt as if there was a pair of indifferent eyes staring down at them. Under the gaze of this pair of eyes, they felt as small as ants and their movements stiffened, not even having the strength to move a finger. Fortunately, this emperor pressure came and went quickly. When the cultivators discovered that they had regained their freedom and wanted to move again, they were shocked to find that the surrounding world energy had condensed into a mass of world energy that was visible to the naked eye and colorful. At this moment, the entire Fallen Emperor Mountain seemed to be filled with countless bubbles. Each of those bubbles contained energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate. Violent rumbling sounds came from under their feet as the ground cracked open one after another like a spider's fangs. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many of the warriors who were caught off guard fell into these fissures and were mercilessly strangled by the strange forces. They didn't even have the chance to resist. In just a dozen breaths, the cultivators cultivating inside Fallen Emperor Mountain had been killed or injured, their cries echoing everywhere. Only those cultivators whose strength was not too high and who had stayed on the outskirts were lucky enough to escape this calamity. 10,000 kilometers away, Fei Ji Tu, Qian Tong, and the others were also pale. Although they were so far away that they could not see clearly, they could clearly feel the changes coming from Fallen Emperor Mountain. Exchanging a glance with each other, they could see the confusion and panic in each other's eyes. Before Qian Tong could ask what Fei Ji Tu and the others had done to cause such a change to occur in Fallen Emperor Mountain, the abnormalities suddenly subsided, and the continuous rumbling sound disappeared without a trace. However, the heavens and earth were filled with an extremely dangerous aura. Especially the calm before the storm. It was enough to make people panic. Spiritual chi was still silently gathering in that direction, and its speed was even faster and more terrifying than before. A moment later, a dazzling light burst out from somewhere inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, causing everyone to feel dizzy and unable to look directly at it. A heaven-destroying, earth-shattering feeling descended from the sky, causing everyone's face to go pale. When the light dissipated and everyone looked back, they could not help but be stunned. Above fallen Emperor Mountain, a palace-like building had appeared at some unknown time. This palace-like building was simple in design and exuded a wild aura. Outside the palace-like structure, golden and silver runes flashed and flowed like fish. At this moment, this palace-like structure was slowly flying up into the sky. It did not seem to be moving very quickly, but from this palace-like structure, an unfathomable emperor pressure slowly spread out and enveloped almost all of Shadowed Star. This is... Ning Xiangchen stared at the palace-like structure in a daze, suddenly seeming to think of something, his expression changing greatly as a complex mix of surprise, excitement, and uneasiness filled his face. The Emperor Garden, Fei Jitu and Qian Tong exclaimed at the same time. When the several Saint King Realm juniors heard them call this strange palace, their eyes couldn't help lighting up as they showed looks of disbelief. The same was true for Yang Kai. He had known for a long time that there were 3 restricted zones on Shadowed Star. The first was the Luyan Sand Field he had visited before. There was no need to mention the various dangers inside. Last time, over 10,000 elites from various great sects had entered, but less than half of them had come out alive. Almost half of them had died inside. And this was under the premise that the power of the Luyan Sand Field flame area had weakened. If the Luyan Sand Field had opened in the past, the probability of death would have been even higher. The second restricted zone was the Emperor Garden, that Fei Jitu and the others had called out. It was rumored that this was the private home of the great emperors of Starfield. This name alone was enough to scare people away. As for the third restricted zone, it was Serene Soul Island on Shadowed Star's limitless ocean. The first restricted zone had always existed on Shadowed Star, and would open once every few hundred years. Every great force on Shadowed Star was quite familiar with it, and every time it opened, it would bring them countless benefits. As for the second restricted zone, the Emperor Garden, no one had ever entered it. It would occasionally appear for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. The cultivator on Shadowed Star had only heard of the existence of the Emperor Garden, and over the course of tens of thousands of years, some people had seen the Emperor Garden for a fleeting moment, but no ancient records had ever recorded anyone actually setting foot inside it. As for the third restricted zone, Serene Soul Island, no one had ever found it. It was rumored that those who had seen Serene Soul Island had all died, making it even more mysterious than the Emperor Garden. At this moment, Fei Jitu and Qian Tong actually called out the words Emperor Garden. So how could Yang Kai not be surprised? Calming his mind, he respectfully asked, 2 seniors, is this the legendary private home of the great emperors of Starfield? Fei Jitu's eyes narrowed into slits as they occasionally flashed, gently nodding. It should be. Although this city lord has never seen it before, it is exactly the same as the ancient records in the palace. But what? The several Saint King Realm juniors turned to look at him. It's just slightly different, Qian Tong frowned. What's the difference? Qian Tong pondered for a moment before slowly saying, it doesn't matter if I tell you, since the Emperor Garden has appeared at this time. Even if this old master doesn't say anything, this news will definitely spread quickly. You should also have heard some rumors about the Emperor Garden. It has always been a flash in the pan, quickly disappearing without a trace. More than 1,000 years ago, a senior of my Shadow Moon Hall was fortunate enough to witness the appearance of the Emperor Garden, which is why there are records of it in the palace. The last time the Emperor Garden appeared, it didn't cause such a commotion, appearing silently and then disappearing without alerting too many people. But now, I'm afraid half of Shadowed Star will be able to see it, Qian Tong said with a wry smile. Not only that, the Emperor Gardens that have appeared before have always been illusory, like a mirage, visible to the naked eye but incorporeal. But this time, Fei Jitu said, his brow furrowed in worry, as if he was worried about something. There was no need for him to remind them, as everyone could clearly see that the Emperor Garden that had appeared this time was real, not a mirage. If they could fly to the Emperor Garden, perhaps they would have a chance to enter it. Could the ancient ruins we just entered be the Emperor Garden? Yang Kai's brow flashed as he speculated. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too did not answer. But from the looks on their faces, it was clear they were thinking the same thing. After all, just as everyone was expelled from Fallen Emperor Mountain, the Emperor Garden slowly rose from that direction. So there was definitely some kind of connection between the two. If the ancient ruins they entered before were really the Emperor Garden, it would explain why there were so many extinct ancient treasures inside. The Emperor Garden's reputation was so resounding that it would be strange if there were not some good things inside. Thinking about how they had once entered the Emperor Garden and walked out alive, Kai He, Du Cc, and the others could not help trembling with excitement. Now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, they might have a chance to enter it again. As these people spoke, the Emperor Garden continued to slowly rise into the sky. But strangely, no matter how high it flew or how far it flew, everyone standing in place could still clearly see it, and it didn't seem to be shrinking in size at all. It was quite strange, but as it rose higher and higher, the Emperor pressure that enveloped the area was indeed weakening. When the Emperor Garden appears, the star territory is in chaos. I wonder if the ancient records are true or false. Fei Ji too muttered to himself blankly. In any case, old Fei, you and this Qian should go and investigate first. If the Emperor Garden is really appearing this time, it may not be a good thing for us. Qian Tong said worriedly. Good. Even if you didn't say anything, this city lord was also thinking the same thing. Fei Ji too nodded. The two Third Order Origin returning realm masters reached an agreement. So Qian Tong immediately urged his juniors to return to Heavenly Fate City as soon as possible and not rush to join in on the fun. He then spoke a few words to Ning Xiangchun and asked him to take care of them along the way, before he and Fei Ji too turned into streaks of light and flew off in the direction of the Emperor Garden. After they left, Ning Xiangchun stood in place with a gloomy expression on his face for a while before sighing. Let's go back. He also wanted to go to the Emperor Garden to take a look, but after perceiving the Emperor pressure emanating from it, he had no choice but to give up. After all, his strength was still too low. Perhaps before he could even approach the Emperor Garden, he would be crushed to dust by the Emperor pressure. Immediately, Ning Xiangchun led the four Saint Kings and the middle-aged artifact refiner back towards Heavenly Fate City. Along the way, Yang Kai looked towards the Emperor Garden suspiciously. The more he looked, the more confused his expression became. He had seen a flying palace before, which was one of Meng Wuya's artifacts, the Heavenly Palace. If that was the case, then this Emperor Garden might also be an artifact, but it was of a much higher grade than Meng Wuya's Heavenly Palace. The owner of this artifact was undoubtedly one of the great emperors of Star Field, as the Emperor pressure it exuded could not be faked. However, what confused Yang Kai was not this, but rather the feeling that this Emperor Garden seemed to be missing something. It was just a feeling, and as for what it was he could not say. Yang Kai kept this thought to himself, and did not try to inquire about it. After all, this matter was related to the Emperor Garden, so even if he asked someone to inquire about it, they would not be able to learn much. On the way back, Kai He and Du Cc asked Ning Xiangchun some questions, and learned that after they separated, they had fought several battles with a number of puppets. The cultivator surnamed Wen had died tragically at the hands of an astonishingly powerful puppet. Chapter 1359. Hearing this, Du Cc glanced at Kai He gratefully. At that time, if it weren't for Kai He's quick reflexes in pulling her back, she would have definitely passed through the white space array gate with Ning Xiangchun and the others. With her cultivation, going there would have been a disaster. One shouldn't underestimate Lian Guang's ability to return safely. After all, he was proficient in controlling puppets, and could summon them to protect him in times of crisis. Du Cc, on the other hand, did not have such ability. Although they also encountered a puppet at the Black Space Array Gate, overall, it was more daunting than dangerous, and they only had to deal with a single battle. After a few battles, Fei Ji too and the others entered an extremely cold secret room. Inside this secret room, they found an ice crystal jade coffin. Inside this jade coffin, they could vaguely see a person lying inside. But before they could figure out who was lying inside, they accidentally triggered some kind of barrier. What happened next was clear to Yang Kai and the others. The world principles of the Emperor Garden had acted and expelled everyone, teleporting them to a place 10,000 kilometers away from fallen Emperor Mountain. Now it seemed that the jade coffin was the source of this anomaly. Fei Ji too and the others had triggered a barrier near the jade coffin, causing them to be expelled, and then the Emperor Garden appeared. As for who was inside the jade coffin, Ning Xiangchen could not say, only that it should be a woman. Hearing this, Yang Kai raised his brow and fell into deep thought. He had been expelled by the world principles twice, and both times he had seen a jade hand, one that obviously belonged to a woman. Inside the ice crystal jade coffin in the Emperor Garden, there was also a woman without any vitality, but whether there was a connection or not, Yang Kai had no idea. Moreover, what kind of relationship there was between the flowing flame sand field and the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai was even more confused. Unable to figure it out, Yang Kai shook his head secretly. On top of that, many things about Shadowed Star were strange. There were no origin kings here, and even the highest grade of alchemist and artifact refiner was only origin grade low rank. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious force suppressing these people who had reached a bottleneck and were unable to break through. Yang Kai faintly felt that this star was not simple. After a few days of traveling safely, the group returned to Heavenly Fate City. Kai He, Du Cc, and Lian Guang all said their goodbyes while Ning Xiangchen had a few words with Yang Kai before leaving. Knowing what Ning Xiangchen was thinking, and since Ning Xiangchen had taken good care of him along the way, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't be stingy. He immediately told Ning Xiangchen to visit Dragon Cave Mountain when he had time, and that if he needed to repair an artifact, Ning Xiangchen could simply ask. Receiving this promise, Ning Xiangchen was overjoyed and thanked Yang Kai profusely before hurriedly leaving to make preparations. After all, in order to repair an artifact, he needed to collect some materials, and he couldn't ask Yang Kai to provide all of them. Standing outside Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai raised his head and stared at the sky. At this moment, the Emperor Garden seemed to have stabilized and was now suspended somewhere above Shadowed Star. Its size still did not seem to have changed, but the Emperor pressure it exuded had disappeared without a trace, obviously because it was too far away from the ground. Yang Kai did not know how Fei Ji Tu and Qian Tong's investigation was going, but he estimated that for a long time to come, all the great forces on Shadowed Star would be stirring up a storm. After all, the appearance of the Emperor Garden was a matter of great importance, so no great force would not be tempted. When the time came, everyone would want to get a share of the pie, so there would definitely be some friction and contradictions. After observing the Emperor Garden for a while, Yang Kai's expression suddenly sank and became extremely ugly. He had not paid much attention to it before, but now that he was observing the Emperor Garden again, he discovered that it was actually hovering above Heavenly Fate City. In other words, it was hovering above Dragon Cave Mountain. This, Yang Kai almost couldn't help cursing out loud. With the Emperor Garden here, although Dragon Cave Mountain would be close to it, it would definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Masters from all the great forces on Shadowed Star were bound to come here to investigate. They would not dare to provoke Shadow Moon Hall, but Dragon Cave Mountain was different. Even with Qian Tong's protection, it would not be safe. With a gloomy expression, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while before stomping his foot and flying back towards Dragon Cave Mountain. Worrying about such things now was meaningless, as he did not have the means to expel the Emperor Garden. What he needed to consider now was strengthening the defenses of Dragon Cave Mountain, lest it be targeted by crooks and honest people. While silently cursing the great emperors of Starfield, Yang Kai quickly rushed back. A short time later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain's mountain defending array, took out the token Yang Yen had given him, and poured his Saint Qi into it. In the next moment, a stream of light shot out from the token and into the mountain defending array. Suddenly, a straight passage appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he put away the token and stepped inside. After he entered, the passage disappeared again and Dragon Cave Mountain was once again shrouded in fog. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was actually happening. As soon as Yang Kai entered, several figures flew up to him. After seeing that it was Yang Kai, these people showed happy looks and cupped their fists. Yang Kai did not remember the names of these people, only that they were originally disciples of the Hai Ke family, who had left the family to join Dragon Cave Mountain with Wu Yi. When they first arrived, the strength of these people was uneven, and their cultivations were quite low. However, with the help of Dragon Cave Mountain's amazing financial resources, everyone's cultivation had improved tremendously. Now the leader of this group had reached the Saint King realm, while the rest were all third-order saints. This kind of cultivation was naturally nothing in the outside world, but it was not something a small force like the Hai Ke family could cultivate in such a short time. "Sect Master, you've returned," the Saint King leader shouted in surprise, but there was also a trace of anxiety on his face. Yang Kai frowned and asked in amazement, "What Sect Master?" The leader grinned meaningfully and said, "Young lady said to call you Sect Master when we see you in the future. She said that since you're going to establish a sect in the future, it doesn't matter if we call you that now." Yang Kai was speechless. He really did have the idea of establishing a sect, but not to develop his own force, but to pave the way for his family and friends on Tongxian realm. Once he had the opportunity to bring them to Starfield's territory, they would definitely need a place to settle down. With the number of people he had gathered, it was already enough to form a sect. Yang Kai had never mentioned any of this before, but Wu Yi had been observant enough to notice. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of delving into this matter, simply looking at the leader and asking, "What happened while I was away? Why do you look so worried? Did the Xie family do something again?" Before he left, the Xie family had been targeting Dragon Cave Mountain, so Yang Kai thought that after he left, Dragon Cave Mountain had suffered some kind of loss and immediately became angry. Hearing this question, the leader of the cultivator quickly said, No, a trivial Xie family can't pose a threat to our Dragon Cave Mountain. After you left, they tried to probe us a few times, but no matter how many people they sent, they all died without a burial. After a few times, they learned their lesson and no longer dared to break into our spirit array. Then why do you look like this? It's. The cultivator stared at Yang Kai hesitantly, as if he found it difficult to speak. If you have something to say, then say it. No need to hesitate. Yang Kai's face sank. It's young lady Yang Inflammation. The cultivator grit his teeth and shouted, Yang Inflammation? Yang Kai's face changed. What happened to Yang Inflammation? I don't know. I just heard young lady say that young lady Yang Inflammation suddenly fell into a coma a few days ago. I don't know what happened, but young lady and Lady Qian, you are trying to find a way. Oh. The leader of the cultivators was just answering Yang Kai's question when Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. Even with his first-order Saint King cultivation, he didn't notice how Yang Kai had disappeared, causing his heart to tremble as a look of admiration and envy appeared on his face. Hearing that something had happened to Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai didn't have the time to listen to this man's ramblings. Since coming to Shadowed Star, the number of friends he had made could be counted on one hand, and those he could confide in were even fewer. Yang Inflammation was one of them, and her weight in Yang Kai's heart was definitely the highest. Without her, Dragon Cave Mountain wouldn't have reached its current scale, and without her, Yang Kai wouldn't have so many artifacts. Dragon Cave Mountain's current development was largely due to Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai was also able to cultivate in peace, without any worries thanks to Yang Inflammation. Thinking back, this mysterious woman was still refining Saint-grade artifacts in Heavenly Fate City's Artifact Refining Hall to earn Saint Crystals. If it weren't for Yang Kai accidentally bringing her back, the two of them would have missed the opportunity to meet. As time passed, Yang Kai became more and more aware of the importance of Yang Inflammation. So now that he heard that something had happened to her, he naturally became anxious. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly found where Yang Inflammation was located. It was none other than the loft where she lived. At this moment, Qianyu and Wu Yi were also here. One of them was holding a bowl of unknown medicine and delivering it to Yang Inflammation's mouth, while the other was sitting cross-legged on the bed, constantly pouring her Saint Qi into Yang Inflammation's body, trying to wake her up. The two women's faces were filled with worry and anxiety. While they were at a loss, a figure suddenly appeared, causing Wu Yi and Qianyu's expressions to change. Just as they were about to attack, however, they saw that it was actually Yang Kai, causing them to immediately look towards him with joy. Yang Kai didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with these two. Glancing over at Yang Inflammation, he found that she was pale and unconscious. Even in her sleep, it was as if she was experiencing some kind of nightmare. The expression on her pretty face filled with panic and panic. The Saint Qi in her body was also fluctuating restlessly, as if she was on the verge of suffering from cultivation deviation, causing many to worry. Yang Kai quickly came over to the bed, picked up her hand, put his finger on her wrist, and began carefully examining it with his divine sense. A moment later, his brow furrowed, and he let go of Yang Inflammation's wrist before asking, "What happened? When did this happen?" Wu Yi and Qianyu glanced at each other before the former replied, "Just 4 days ago, she was fine. I was helping her refine something when her complexion suddenly changed. She muttered something under her breath and fainted on the ground. I don't know what happened, but after I brought her back, she has been unconscious ever since. Even after taking a lot of the healing pills you left behind to restore her soul, she still hasn't recovered." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.